showcasing what Reading has to offer, and not just for our visitors, but I think helping increase the sense of community pride that we have for our community. Visit Reading is doing this through and through every single day to be the front door for our community and really be the tip of the spear, because one of the big things that we're doing at the Chamber is we realize the need that we need to bring more people to our community if we want to grow as an economy, workforce development, and really just more people, talent attraction to our community, physicians and everybody else. It's a really big problem. So we're really proud of the work that we're doing at Visit Reading. We've had 70 million impressions over the last 3 years. We've seen more than 13,000 followers to our social media. We've had 164 articles published with an ad value of $187 million. I do want to point out, and I'll point this out again, with the potential in looming cuts that we will have at Visit Reading, the articles is one of the things that we're going to have to cut just because of the cost of really getting out there in front of these these writers. It's a very expensive thing to do. And it's one of the things that we are going to be unfortunately cutting moving forward just because we won't be able to afford to continue to do this service for the community. And again, if you see an article in the LA Times, those don't come on accident. They are paid. They are always paid to get those articles to pop up, to showcase the great things we have in our community. So this is just a really quick example. And this is for our new council members to kind of see what we've done over the last 3 years. This is the the branding that we've come up with. And these are the 5 avatars that we're really going after. So Master of Craft, Adventurer, Culturally Curious, Chill Seeker, and Road Tripper. Road Tripper is a really important one because the majority of our visitors are within a drive distance. So although we are marketing to Seattle and LA and soon to be Denver with flights coming into our area, the large majority of people are coming within driving distance to our market. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend an inordinate amount of money in places like LA because we really want to capture those people from San Jose, Medford, Reno, Sacramento coming to our area. This is what the website used to look like. This is what we have now, and we have, I think, probably over 400 or 500 pages of content that come. I probably exaggerated that. We have a lot of pages that highlight different things to do within our community. Some KPIs that we focus on. KPIs for marketing organizations for a community are really hard because they're having that A to Z purchase profile and not purchase profile, having that customer journey. It's hard to exactly pinpoint everything we do. But like I said, TOT is a big one. So this is since 2013. The last 3 years, we started in July of 2021, so fiscal year 2021. And so you can see the last 3 years, we've had a good growth in TOT. And I know we didn't hit our budgeted expectations this year, but we still had a very good year. And we've had a good last 6 months for TOT, which I'll get to in a moment as well. I also want to point out the comp sets. We are comparing ourselves to other communities. So I have Eureka Bend, and then I'll have 2 more coming up. We are the lighter color on this, and so this is demand. So this is the amount of rooms that are booked. It's I butchered that, Danny. It's the amount of rooms booked in our community. So this is year over year. So you can see for Eureka and Bend, we are actually increasing demand over those 2 markets. And it's the same thing for Medford. We're the lighter color. And then on the Reading one versus Stockton, we're actually the darker color. So we've seen an increase in demand for people coming to our communities versus these other markets, which we feel are comparable to the Reading market. This is our visitor spend summary. And again, like I mentioned at the beginning, I'm not just thinking about TOT. I'm thinking about perception and all these other things about our community, but visitor spend is a big one. So this is tracking visitor spend for people that live more than 50 miles away. Now I know, since I'm originally from Weaverville, those folks are coming down from Weaverville and Red Bluff and some of these other places, but this is only 50 miles beyond, and this is visitor spend to our area. So you can see the big ones: San Francisco, Sacramento, Medford. Those are the top places that are coming here. And you can see the income and age. And this is, again, tracking the spend. And this is just in the last 6 months. So the first few slides was really a history of kind of what we've done in a very brief snapshot for our new council members. And this is just in the last 6 months, these next data points for visitor spending in our area. And we know that, and City Manager Tipping can attest to this as well, I think it's about 60% of all spending comes from people that are non-residents of the city. This is our hotel performance. And again, this is over the last 6 months. So you can see we've had a 6.8% increase in occupancy. Our ADR is down slightly, but it still has been progressing upward over the last 10 years and really beyond. And then you can see the revenue there of $40.7 million. And this is based off of information we're getting from the hotels. It's STR, so it's basically scraping data based on total available rooms, what the booking was, and then what those room rates were published at. And you can see we've had a pretty good trend over the last 6 months of increases. We did have a downturn in September, but we've seen relatively modest increases in all of these areas. In RevPAR, for those new council members, that's revenue per available room, and that's a really important data point. This is our short-term rental performance, and again, this is just in the last 6 months, and this is just the city of Reading. So we changed our metrics. We had more of the MSA. Now we only have the city, so we're seeing we had $5.5 million in revenue from just short-term rentals. So short-term rentals, Airbnbs, VRBOs, they're paying as well. But we have seen a decrease in people staying at our short-term rentals. More people, and this is not just here, this is really a trend across the country, are choosing to stay in hotels. I wanted to point out one thing really quick in this last slide. It's very, very small. But in the last 20 years, we've had more than 1,000 rooms built. So while occupancy is staying anywhere from between like 55 to 65% on average, we've seen a really, I would say, a pretty good growth in rooms. We have 150 more rooms coming online this year. So the hotels, some of them they're not feeling as full as they used to be because that's getting spread out between more hotel rooms throughout our community. So I wanted to point that out. And it's 742 rooms in the last 10 years added to our market, to just the city of Reading. This is visitor data, so we're tracking all this stuff. We're finding out where people are coming from. This helps us when we're spending on advertising. So obviously, a lot of people are coming from California, Sacramento, San Francisco, LA, our top markets. I'll breeze through this fast because I know you have a lot more to talk about. Our advertising, this is the past 6 months as well. Impressions, one of the things that we really are proud of is our cost per click, that middle number. And that is really showcasing we're placing ads where people want to see them, and we have really compelling content that people want to see and click on. We have a really high click-through rate, about double the average, and then we also are about double the average for the Google paid search click-through rate. Again, these are locations for websites. We're seeing people from LA, San Jose, Sacramento. These are the people that are looking at our websites. Our top pages, Waterfalls is a big one for us. Then you can look down the list for the homepage and things to do. We really pride ourselves also in the event calendar. We're really showcasing for our visitors, but also for a lot of local people use that event calendar as well to see what's happening in our community. Social media, we've seen a big growth over the last 6 months. And we have those top 5 are people that we've collaborated with influencers for the first 4. And so we're seeing a lot of growth in our social media as well. And I think I can speak for almost everybody that the social media that Visit Reading puts out is among the best I've ever seen. So kudos to our team and the creatives that we work with to do that. Influencers has been a big part of what we've done as well. And so this is just 7 influencers that we've worked with in the last year. One of the things that I think is really cool for the KPI, the one that stands out to me, not being an advertising expert, is the shares. So with just these, with our influencers last year, we had over 64,000 shares from the things that they've created. So this user-generated content, this really authentic content, it really goes a long way for advertising and telling people and having that social proof for people to come to our area. And then again, this is the publications, which I mentioned earlier. This is really just within the last 6 months as well, some of the articles that we've had. And again, unfortunately, this is one of the things that is going to have to go because it's very expensive to do this. But we've had, like I said at the beginning, over 164 publications since we've had the contract starting July 1st of 2021. And I know that was a little longer than I thought it was going to be, but that's what I have for tonight.
Did Barry tell you had to be only 5 minutes or something?
I don't actually know how much time I went. Oh, it didn't start, no. I try to go quick. I'm trying to respect your time.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Wow. All right.
I guess all the questions were answered last Thursday.
Yeah,
Tough crowd.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jones. All right, we shall move on. Public comment. The City Council will allocate up to maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for 30 minutes total at the beginning of the meeting for public comment for non-agendized matters within the city's jurisdiction. The mayor will determine the order of speakers. If 30 minutes is not adequate to accommodate all of the individuals who have submitted speaker request forms to the city clerk, the council will trail this item to the end of the open session agenda. The remaining speakers will address the city council at that time. All right, looks like we have 4 speakers today. How about Jacqueline? You're up first. Cheryl Bullock, and Destiny Papke. And then Lori Baker after that.
Thanks for having the place where I can sit. Appreciate it. Is my time starting? Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm still behind times. Many of you have expressed a very humanitarian desire to both keep the public safe on the street and in the parks, as well as find the homeless an appropriate, safe, and uplifting place to live other than the streets and the public parks, while offering them a path to a future worth living. There are homeless that many good people are trying to coax off the streets and out of their encampments to provide a shelter and direction, but they are not responding. Why is that? You believe that you are offering what the chronic homeless want and need. It's incomprehensible to you why they would refuse what you think is best for them. Just as it's incomprehensible to them why you keep insisting on offering them what they cannot manage. It's much like the symptoms of PTSD for the neurodivergents. I'm helping these neurodivergent chronic homeless to understand and respect your neurotypical way of thinking, and I'm trying to help you understand theirs, so you can understand why they do need what they do need, and flock off the streets and the parks to commit to that shelter. The Developing Diamonds can accommodate up to 500 souls at a time in a shelter specifically designed to meet both their needs and aspirations, at a fraction of the cost being spent on as few as 7 to 17 souls. I just ask you to invite me to present to you the facts so that you can be thanked by both your public and homeless constituents later. And I would like to invite the public to join us in uniting the homeless and the public together in the common effort and aspiration of joining their forces and finding the power of unity. We meet every Saturday at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Bullock, Destiny Papke.
Good evening, Manager Tippin, the planning staff and council members, and the members of the City of Reading. I'm here tonight to talk about the Peaks project. I want to thank the planning staff and the council for coming out on site on March 3rd to meet with the residents of River Ridge with our concerns about egress and additional safety things that we would like to see implemented. My neighbors and I began talking, even before the car fire, about the complexities of an evacuation. And then when that was all put to the test, the evening the car fire came into the city limits, we realized that we were not prepared as a city. And unfortunately, we still are not. We, the residents, are informed now. We're educated about the risk of building and living in a high wildfire risk severity zone. We're also very aware of how important city growth is. It's vital to have people move here. We need housing for them, but we're not willing to compromise on safety. So that's what I want to focus on tonight. When we live in what's being called the red zone, which is the top of Quartz Hill, we're in a high fire risk severity zone. You need more than one way out. And we do not have that right now. We just have Quartz Hill Road down the hill. No matter where we live on top of the hill, that is likely the only way we will be able to get off. So putting additional homes in without an additional egress is a bad plan. So I'm just encouraging you all. The city wants people to invest in the community. We want people to buy homes here and enjoy living here, and we want them to be safe. Royal Burnett, who is a retired Forest Service official, came in with friends after the Carr fire and inspected things and was just so concerned when he saw the amount of damage that was done, the houses that were at the end of Buenaventura, and there's about 140 homes out there, and they are stranded out there, and they experienced the worst of the fire. So we're talking about lives here, and the city's planning affects everyone on the hill for generations. Irresponsible planning from 2003 onward has put thousands, including our first responders and residents, at great risk. So we urge you to halt further subdivision building.
Thank you.
Until a proper egress is
Thank
in
you, Cheryl.
place. Thank you.
Destiny Papke and Lori Baker.
Hi, my name's Destiny. I'm here to talk about the failing DA office as well as the judicial system. My husband and I own a local tree service here in Shasta County. We work hard, we pay our taxes, we play by the rules, just for Shasta County to fail us. I'm sure some of you may remember reading my email. Some of you were nice enough to respond. Others of you ignored it as you do the injustice in this county. Due to Judge Gary Gibson, Stephanie Bridget, the DA office, the judicial system, and the events that took place during November of 2023 on December 3rd of 2023, and thereafter has quickly changed our view of Shasta County and its officials. In November of 2023, I served emergency custody papers to Serena Murad on behalf of my brother. The video recording I had of myself serving the paperwork showed no violence, no attempt to enter her apartment, no foul language, and shows I barely even spoke. Keep that in mind. Now jump ahead to December 3rd of 2023, just a few short weeks after I served the paperwork. In the late hours of the night as my family and I were asleep, Robert Gully, a friend of Serena's if I may add, entered our gated property, broke into our garage, looked through our belongings, found our work vehicle keys as well as a spare house key, moved one vehicle as well as our equipment off our property, took the second vehicle on a joyride down to Brandstetter, attempted to break into several other occupied homes, drove back to our home, entered our house, and woke up our youngest child. Robert Gully then decided to shower. He exposed himself to our youngest child, held her hostage in her room while he cooked her boots and opened his butthole to show her his bones. Next part of the story takes place in early January of 24. Serena Murad took me to court for civil harassment restraining order, where we saw Judge Gary Gibson. Serena claimed I tried to enter her apartment, signaled violent intent towards her, and much more. The video evidence I had taken was shown in court disproving all of her claims. However, Judge Gary Gibson told me I lost before I started. How is that legally possible? Gibson also stated that Serena is allowed to have friends who break into my home, coincidentally 2 weeks after I served her paperwork. Gibson granted Serena a 3-year restraining order against me. Another few weeks or so later, I got to see Judge Gary Gibson again. Gibson is the judge handling my restraining order against Robert Gully. Does everyone remember the long, disgusting list of violations that took place on December 3rd, or should I list them again? Here's a recap. He illegally entered our property, stole several pieces of our property, illegally entered an occupied residence, exposed himself to a minor, held a minor hostage in her room, opened his butt to show her his bones, killed all sense of our children's safety. Admittedly, he drove under the influence.
Thank you. I did get your email. I did read it. And
You
I
didn't
talked to
read
a
it?
couple. I did.
Oh,
So, thank you. Go ahead. Lori Baker?
Hello. So
Go
my
ahead.
name's Lori Baker, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and my fellow residents. I've lived here, I'm born and raised here, lived here my whole life, love this community. And I just want to kind of, I know our city council knows about a group, an advisory group I'm part of. It's called Building Bridges. But I'm here to just let everybody know about this great initiative that's going on. So the beauty of it is, here's the beauty of it, is this group has gotten together. I didn't, but they were able to raise money, funds, and they're not asking the city for any money. So that's a first. So that's a good thing that they're putting together. But we're still fundraising, but the funds are going to be spent on special staff to work the initiative and consultants to help implement models of civil engagement and messaging campaigns and other activities to advance the initiatives of the goal. A lot of the funding is coming from McConnell Foundation, Reading Rancheria, Ford Family Foundation, Sierra Health Foundation, and funding from the California Endowment. So basically, the vision of the group is to help our community learn how to disagree respectfully. It's kind of like marriage counseling, learning how to communicate, learning how to look at what you have in common, and then going and discussing what you don't agree on, and just doing it in a respectful manner is kind of what our goal is, to just give everybody those tools and let them know that that's how we progress, that's how we move forward, trying to keep people out of the quick fight mode. But, this is where we agree and this is where we don't agree. And here's my facts and here's my facts, and that maybe we'll all listen. It doesn't mean somebody's right and somebody's wrong. It doesn't mean somebody has to change their mind. It's just, how do we respectfully discuss our differences? So that's kind of the initiative that we're going to go out and try and offer these tools to the community. So I'm here to say we have online learning lounges, as we call them, through the end of June, the second and fourth Tuesdays at 6 p.m. And we encourage everyone in our community to join in. The website is norcalunitedway.org/building-bridges. So in essence, it's so basically the progress means, we don't want to disown families or disown friends. We don't want to start saying, I don't like you because your opinion is different than mine. So that's it. We're just a group trying to do that to help the community, and we invite everybody to gather these tools so that maybe we can all learn a little bit more about what the other side believes or knows, and we can walk away with a little better education. So again, if anybody wants to look at the initiative, it's at NorCal United Way, it sounds like a commercial, .org/building-bridges. So I just want to thank you for allowing me to discuss this mission, and hopefully it's a good thing for our community. That's our plan.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Laurie. May I comment on the previous speaker?
Yes.
I'm just addressing the previous speaker, Destiny, right? I'm very sorry to hear what you have just told us. I'm just wondering, is that something, because this is not county, because the DA and the judge is outside our jurisdiction, right? So maybe we can connect later and see how we can help you, but just wanted to clarify that DA and judges are not under our jurisdiction. Sure.
I'll give you more information as well. All right, let's move on to consent agenda, consent calendar. The consent calendar contains items considered routine and/or which have been individually scrutinized by city council members and are anticipated to require no further deliberation. If a member of the public wishes to address an item on the consent calendar, please fill out a speaker request form and submit it to the city clerk before the consent calendar is considered. It shall be the prerogative of any council member before the consent calendar is acted upon to, 1, comment on an item, 2, respond to any public comment on an item, 3, request the record reflect an abstention or a nay vote on an item. Or 4, remove the item and place it on the regular portion of the agenda for delivery of a staff report and/or extended discussion or deliberation. Go ahead, Paul.
Just making a motion to approve unless someone has a comment.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Consent calendar passes 5-0.
Can I ask a question? Are we using the video source thing? No?
Not today, sorry. I apologize. We're going to be starting that on April 1st.
Oh, April Fool's Day?
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Well, we can, city manager. All right.
For those in the audience that may have made zero sense to, we have new tabs on our screens that we can choose yay or nay. But we tried them out yesterday and sometimes we could only pick yay. So there were a lot of election votes. Jokes.
All right. Now we're going to move forward to item, what is it, 6A, 61A? Joint JPA meeting. Ready? Are we-
Yeah, so call to order.
Call to order?
Yeah.
Hold on, Joe. Do we need to read this stuff at the top here? If anyone wishes to address the Reading Joint Powers Financing Authority on any item considered at this meeting before or during the Joint Powers Authority consideration of that item, please fill out a blue speaker request form located in the lighted alcoves at the back of the council chambers and submit it to the clerk, city clerk. The commission will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for each agenda item. Staff reports are available online at the city's website, cityofreading.gov, and in the public view binder located at the podium on the north side of the chambers. All right. So we call this meeting to order, Ms. Shar? Ms. City Clerk?
So roll call will be for the following. Board members Audette,
Here.
Dr. Danuka,
Here.
Resner,
Present.
Vice Chair Lata,
Here.
and Chair Munns.
Here. Yeah, no. All right. Is there any public comment? No. Okay, no public comment? Okay, we're just having the presentation. There's no consent calendar, right? Yeah. All right. We got to do the minutes, sorry. Consent calendar contains items considered routine and/or which have been individually scrutinized by the Joint Powers Association and are anticipated to require no further deliberation. If a member of the public wishes to address an item on the consent calendar, please fill out a speaker request form to submit it to the city clerk before the consent calendar is considered. It shall be the prerogative of any commissioner before the consent calendar is acted upon to comment on an item. 2, to respond to any public comment on an item. 3, request a record reflecting an abstention or a nay vote on an item. Or remove the item and place it on the regular portion of the agenda for delivery of the staff report and/or extended discussions or deliberations. So we have approved the minutes. Do I have a,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
all right?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right. The minutes have been approved. We are moving on. How exciting. To item 4.1. Now, Joe, thank you. Oh,
Mr.
yes,
Mayor,
sir.
if I may, so
Yes,
this
please.
is a joint public hearing. So
Yeah.
the Reading Joint Powers Financing Authority and the Reading City Council will have a public hearing. So after the presentation, there'll be one presentation. You'll open the public hearing. After you receive public comment on that, you'll close the public hearing, and then you'll take 2 separate votes, one for the joint powers and one for the city council, after which you will close the joint powers meeting. So just as a matter of order.
Got it. Thank you. Sir?
And for those that don't know, this is entirely normal. It's what electric utilities do with the joint public hearing. So, hello, my name is Joe Bowers. I'm the Assistant Electric Director. I'm here on behalf of Director Zettel. Before I do start, though, I want to thank our financial services team in Reading Electric. So we have Holly Spanner down here, and sitting next to us, Garrett Tarvin, Anthony Majori, and Kelly Dunbar. And they have we began working in earnest on this probably about 6 months ago, but really the gas the last couple months. So I want to thank them. So just the agenda here real quick. We'll go into an introduction, talk about strategic plan, talk about the investment, why we're here, how we've chosen, we think that the best way to pay for the system investment is. We'll explain the bonds, talk about the structure, how we're going to pay for it, and then wrap it up with a conclusion. It will get a bit esoteric, perhaps. I think it might need to, considering the nominal amount we're talking about, but I'll try to do my best to not overcomplicate things. So for the introduction, as a reminder, Director Zettel was here in January and talked about our strategic plan. That plan was developed in 2021. It goes through 2026. The three, I guess you call them cornerstones or priorities from that, was reliability, mitigating risk, and meeting regulations. Most of what we're talking about tonight is maintaining reliability with a little bit of risk mitigation when it comes to wildfire mitigation. So within that strategic plan, there are 9 goals. So 3 of them are related to what we're talking about tonight. So some wildfire mitigation projects, replace aging distribution system infrastructure. So just for context for that, if you had assets, right, and they were not brand new and they weren't really old, they'd be about 50% depreciated. If you maintained a system, you'd want to keep it about 50% over time, because that means you're kind of in the sweet spot where you have a mix of new and a mix of old and you're continually maintaining it. We noticed in 2020, while we were tracking it as a KPI over multiple years, that our accumulated depreciation as a percentage of assets for the city of Reading was cruising past 60%. We started to notice a little bit more outages, and that's why it became one of our major strategic plan priorities. In fact, it became number 1 among internal stakeholders and the community panel that we involved. And then 3, some distribution modernization elements. It's line capacity upgrades and substation improvements. This is kind of a catch-all slide to kind of introduce what we're doing here. So we have a strong history of delivering reliable, affordable energy to homes. We want to keep doing that. To keep doing that, we identified not just 65, it's probably close to $100 million if you go back a couple years ago when we really started in earnest on this, up for the next several years. It's close to $100 million. But we've identified about $65 million that we would need to help fund those improvements. So substantial upgrades to underground and overhead infrastructure. It says upgrades, but a lot of that's just replacement. Distribution system improvements, building and security improvements. We've been replacing security at our substations, but also enhancing building one of the buildings down at the power plant, and then major maintenance down at the power plant. As you council has seen before, and you'll see again, when we change a gear box on one of our generators, it can cost $3 million. It sounds like a lot. Should we really do that? And then you step back and you realize that just the power plant sitting there as an asset is worth $60 million a year. So then you say, okay, let's do that because it pays for itself in 30 days. So it's some of those things are just really expensive, and it's part of the context too. For $65 million, that's like 1/3 of our annual revenue. So I want to put that in context for the people here and also for council. So in preparation for this, in August of 2023, the city of Reading adopted a reimbursement resolution. What that actually did, that was part of our strategy here, is to spend down reserves until we felt uncomfortable, which is I'm in front of you today because we now feel uncomfortable. Spend down reserves when we issue the bonds. We'll not only get, when we issue the bonds for up to $70 million, but our target right now is 65. We will immediately reimburse ourselves, bring our reserves back up to a healthy level. It's currently near the bottom. We haven't got yet to, I haven't been in front of you yet to talk in detail about our financial management plan, but we're right around the bottom of what we would want for our reserves. So that will replenish our reserves. And then as we go forward and we have capital investment, we'll submit for reimbursement, no different than any other construction loan that you might have if you built a home with like Umpqua Bank or something. So this is just a slide to talk about infrastructure investment, just to give you an idea. 2025, bottom right, is probably what we're talking about the most. We plan on spending 19 again, 20, $15 million over the next several years. Most of it is just general maintenance of the system, replacing the infrastructure. Some of it is special projects at substations and power plants. But just to give context too of why are we bonding? Why wouldn't we be able to pay for this as we go? One, we identified it a few years ago, but I went back and I looked at our budget from the 2020-2021 budget cycle, and we were planning to spend about $7 million per year on capital, and here we are planning to spend 20. So that's where we're at, rather than jump it up and trying to pay for it all at our rates. So why bonds? Some people are debt averse, so let's just talk about that. This approach takes advantage of RU's tax-exempt status. So we are issuing bonds as a municipal. So if you live in California and you purchase these bonds, they're what's called triple tax exempt. We don't have local taxes, income taxes here in Reading, but if we were like a city that had it, it would be exempt from that. So people want them. If you're going to go buy corporate bonds, you might demand 6 or 7%, some higher rate, right? But these are secure municipal bonds that are tax exempt for both state and federal purposes. So people are willing to accept a lower rate, so about 4%. That's great for us. We see it as a good idea. We issue bonds for $70 million, pay 4% instead of taking $70 million out of the community to do it over the next 3 years when the cost of capital for probably everybody in this room is like 8 or 9%. So we feel it is a really good way to leverage that status to, one, just to keep rates low, but two, from an economic development standpoint. So you see affordability. Down here, just for context, a single 3% rate increase that's already, I have it in parentheses there, that's already included in the financial plan that we've been presenting to council for about the last several years, but for the last 2 years, is a single 3% rate increase that's embedded in that will pay for all of this investment. If we said, you know what, we don't want to do that, we want to pay as we go, to maintain our reserves and keep the pace in which we've determined is necessary to maintain reliability, we would have to basically do a 15 to 20% surcharge in the interim, get up to the point where we're paying for that, and then drop back down. So we think it's probably prudent to do the increase, a smaller increase, and also from a philosophical standpoint, these are the tenets of rate making that have been around for 100 years, and one of them is the beneficiary pays philosophy. Rather than having the rates go up 15 to 20% now, and people that are 80 years old and on fixed income paying for a substation that's going to last 50 years, we have the young ladies that will be doctors in 30 years down here in the Girls Inc. They can pay for the benefits of the substations here in 30 years. Here's that financial plan that I was talking about. So we had presented this a couple times last year as far as the rate adjustments, so they're relatively stable. Some of this, when I talk about 3%, in the context of a 5 and a 5 and a 5 and a 5, for all of the other things that are hitting the utility, we think it's pretty prudent to try and use that tax exempt status and use a little bit of leverage to try and keep those rates down. And that does already include the cost of paying this. And then the 2025 cash includes reimbursement of previous capital outlay, as I had talked about with that reimbursement resolution. So just a little bit about municipal bonds. There's a couple types, the main types. The general obligation bonds, you'll hear like the state of California will issue those. Those generally require a vote of the people. You'll see those with schools. You'll see them, for example, school bonds, when they go out, they require a vote of the people. I think it's 55% for schools. For like the city, if they wanted to go out and issue general obligation bonds, it would be about 2/3 vote. These are revenue bonds, and they're paid for from specific project revenues, such as the electric utility. We are going to invest in these projects. From those projects, we will charge ratepayers, fees. They will pay for that, and then we pay for the bonds. So it's different than that, and you do not have to go and do the vote of the people. And then I had talked about the benefits of investing in municipal bonds and why people would want them: tax advantages, stable investment, regular income, and supports public projects. And that's why it's about 4% versus, like I said, if you went out and bought a corporate bond, they might pay you 7 or 8%. In the municipal bond world, there's credit ratings, no different than your FICO score. So we went through this process with Fitch Ratings. Again, thank you to the team. We actually hosted them here. I've been with the utility since 2016. We did the 2017s, 18s. We did the wastewater deal, the general fund deal. So this is now, I think, my 5th deal. I might be dating myself. And this is the first time that they came to Reading, and it was primarily because of the fires in Southern California. This is the first major bond deal by an electric utility in California since that. And so everybody's asking them this question. So we brought them to town. They met at our headquarters with Director Zettel, myself, staff. They went and toured our Department Operations Center. They went and checked out the plant. We took them to the College View substation. They looked at our fire mitigation around the substation, our lines. We took them up to Shasta Dam to show them the hydro conditions because it's a major input into power supply. And then fantastic job by the team that we kept our rating. It's at AA-. So what does that mean relative to peers? Roseville Electric, AA, Modesto Irrigation, AA-, Silicon Valley Power, that's the city of Santa Clara's utility. They're AA-, Turlock Irrigation and SMUD. So we're kind of all in that same AA range. And so we're pretty proud of that. I think it's pretty good for Reading to be hanging out with them. So we'll talk about the financing structure. So the Reading Joint Powers Financing Authority is a partnership between the City of Reading and the Reading Housing Authority. Thus, we have this joint public hearing. As a financing authority, it facilitates the financing efforts for the projects by issuing bonds and working with financial institutions. The board consists of you, City Council, with Reading staff providing support. So you see the team there, City of Reading, Housing Authority, we create this JPA. Down below, the financial advisor, underwriter, legal team, and trustee. So the financial advisor, those are the financial advisors, not just for the City of Reading, but also Los Angeles, City of Chicago. Like, these are big-time people. The underwriter, JP Morgan, has been with us for several years. And then the legal team down there, Oric, I'll also say that the assistant, or not the assistant, the city attorney, Christian Curtis, was also helpful in this as well from a legal perspective and provided his review. And then the trustee is US Bank. That's where the money will sit as we go forward. So where will the funds come from? We're issuing what are called installment sale bonds. And so we are, JP Morgan is going to purchase them from us and then resell them. And then when they resell them, they're going to resell them to other people that we will pay interest over time to through US Bank, which is the trustee. But the bonds are primarily purchased from large investment firms. So if you have in your 401k, your 457B or whatever it is, or even CalPERS, for example, if they invest in bond funds, you'll see like Vanguard's bond ETF or whatever it is, they can hold a large amount of these or municipal bonds. So that's who it would be. That being said, individuals can purchase. If any of you up there are interested in purchasing next Tuesday, they would go on sale next Tuesday. If you have an account with like Schwab or JP Morgan, LPL, something like that, you can work with your broker to purchase and support your local public projects. So here's the 4 documents that are attached to the staff report tonight. The preliminary official statement, that tells us a whole host, tells investors a whole host of things about the city, about the electric system, about you, our electeds. There's a little bit of biographies in there about you all. The purchase contract, that's between the JPA and JP Morgan about them purchasing and reselling it. The trust agreement, and that's the trust agreement that we have with US Bank, where they're going to hold the funds. And then you have over there on the right the installment sale agreement between the RJPFA and the City of Reading. So fiscal impact, $65 million. Sounds like a lot. It is a lot, but in the context of the utility and being about 1/3 of annual revenues. But I want to focus on the right here. The existing debt that we have is in the shades of blue down on the right. So we have the 15s, 17s, and 18s. And what we would be stacking on top of that are these the proposed financing is in yellow. So you do see that our debt goes up from 14 to 18. But what you see by 2031, our power plant is paid off, and we start to really deleverage. And by 2035, our 2015s, which is a mix of power plant and other utility projects, falls off. So what you see is, you know, in the next 15 years, if you're worried about the utility over leveraging, we're actually going to go from 14 down to 4, drop 10 over the next 15 years. That being said, over the next 5 years, there is a little bit of an increase, but that's part of our financial plan, and we've accounted for it. The other thing is up there, all-in TIC. That's the true interest cost. It's about 4.26. That includes the cost of issuance. That can float around a little bit. This is not like you get one of the colleagues down here shared with me this morning. It's not like a rate sheet you get from a mortgage company. When we go to sell these, it's going to actually be a bidding process where all those BlackRocks, Vanguards, et cetera, will start bidding on this. And based on the number of people that are bidding for each one of the years, because each one of the years is its own bond, the price can go down. And if not that many people are bidding, it can go up. So it is in real time. We expect it to land about there, but it is an estimate. The good news is, in 10 years, we can refinance them if we want. The minimum time you have to hold them is 10 years until you can refinance them. In conclusion, just also for context, 4%, what does that mean? The historical average for this duration of bonds is about 5%. The low deep during COVID, like 2021, was about 1.5%, but the high has been up to 12%, with the average being 5%. So we're, 20% under average. Just also, if I was a policymaker, I'd want to know, is this normal? Or we, do we have company? We do have company. SCAPA in April 24 issued $563 million, SMUD 250. Down there at the bottom, you see LA over $500 million. SPP, which is the city of Santa Clara, over $100 million. Glendale, 166. So we have company. This is standard, utility practice. People are doing it. So here's the proposed schedule. I suppose tonight, March 18th, should be bolded. We had the rating meeting. We received our rating confirmation on the 11th. Tonight, we're seeking council and the JPA board approval. With that approval, tomorrow we'd post the statement. It would go out to investors. They'd spend the next several days analyzing it. Each one of those firms have their own analysts. They decide if they want to bid on it. Next, on March 25th, there'd be a pricing. We get off the call, then we do a repricing, and it's a whole bidding process. But by the end of the day, on March 25th, we'll know what our interest rate is. Then by April 9th, the bonds would close. We'd get reimbursed shortly after that for all the costs that we've incurred so far, approximately $20 million. And then we'd be good to go to fund the rest of the capital over the next several years, again, with the rate increase that's already embedded in our financial plan. So with that, the recommendation here is to adopt a resolution approving an amount not to exceed $70 million. Two is the authorization and execution and delivery of the agreements that were attached. Approving the form of the official statement. We say the form of the official statement because it's not finalized until we have pricing, and then you fill in a bunch of information with the actual cost, or the actual bond pricing. And then 4 is authorizing the execution of documents and taking all necessary actions relating to the financing. Now I'm going to cough. Sorry. Yeah. Questions?
I don't necessarily have a question, but I just think that it's a fun fact for council to know that I didn't know prior to being the REU liaison. So could you go all the way back to the graph chart that has the KPI and roughly 2% increase, I think it says? It was like a ways back there.
Like the first or second one?
I think, wait. No?
I'll find it.
It has
We
to
started-
talk.
I think it was the brown one.
I think
Brown
that we went
one.
past it.
At
It's the
bottom
brown
where
one.
It's like, we charge only
The
2%.
brown one. We charge.
It's about our.
That one.
Yeah.
I think that
Oh, there you
affordability
go.
number, especially for new members of the council, is a good number. We talk often about how lucky we are to live in Reading and to have REU and to not have PG&E rates. But I think that this is just an important number for council to know, that the target is to stay between that, or to stay under the 2.5% of median income, because that's where it is that citizens tend to start feeling pressure on their wallets and on their ability to buy groceries and gas and all of those sort of things. So I think that it's just an important number for members of the council to know, is that when we're discussing rates and what feels affordable, that REU is using that metric. That's all.
And I just want to, I guess, provide some color to that. There's just some historical context to that. The utility went through a series of 7.84% rate increases shortly after a WAPA contract was rewritten. And as we cruised, the utility cruised over 3%, it started to create a lot of issues in the community. And so what we know is that 2.5% at that point, not that you have free reign to do what you want between now and 2.5%, but you need to be very cognizant of that, because when people start to talk, it means it actually hurts them. And so we really want to speed up the investment. We want to do these things. And then also in the context of rates, and this is what I'm really proud to work for the city of Reading, is even if all of those rates go and we are at 5%, by 2030, if we had every single one of those, we would still be less than half of what PG&E was in 2024. So just in context, it's a pretty awesome utility that you guys get to run.
Vice Chair?
Couple questions. Does this create local jobs for us with the money we spend?
Yeah, I mean, all of the investment, I showed the chart of 74 million of the 100 million. All 205 employees of the city of Reading are in and around the city of Reading. I live in the city of Reading, for example. All of the work will be on the city's system. So it's local, yes, it's local jobs. Or people, when we bring in contractors from outside, like when we do stuff at the power plant, people that are specialists that are coming in from, say, Germany, are staying in the city of Reading to work on our stuff. So it's all here. We're not paying for projects in other states.
Yeah. Other question, the amount of money that we take from the bond up front, we're not spending it all up front, so
Correct.
no one likes to pay interest of 4%, but I'm assuming we're earning interest on the money that's already sitting there as well, so that offsets itself in the first few
Correct.
years or so. Is that right?
Yeah, so that's a good point. So it sits at US Bank in a trust account, and it earns interest at basically what's the risk-free rate of return. So basically treasuries. So treasuries aren't all that bad right now. So, they're like 3 or 4%. So it's kind of a wash. We won't, we might actually, there's an issue if you sit on money too long, and I don't want to get into that now, but when you issue bonds, you have to expect to spend 85% of it within the 36 months. And if you don't, you have to do this like tax credit calculation. But the idea is you don't want to issue bonds, put it in a bank account, earn a bunch more than you're actually paying and make money on issuing bonds. They don't want you to do that. But it'll be about a wash. And then we're also going to try and submit for the money as fast as we can, because with the city treasurer's office, Director Robinette down there, we're getting over 4%. So we get that money as soon as we can, and then basically it's a wash.
And the last comment I have, I don't know if you hit on this, but what I like about this, it means we're spending money up front where it's more expensive on infrastructure, 5-10 years down the road to spend it later. So by doing the bond, it saves us money up front in the early years by spending it now, right?
Yeah, it's very much akin, the Public Works has got up here before and talked about investing in roads, and we can pay as we go and fix it. But if we actually just replace the road rather than patching it, we can save a lot of money. So by actually going out there and proactively replacing stuff that's 30 years old, rather than break fix, calling linemen on overtime and double time to do it, we actually save money by doing this. I know it's kind of crazy to think about, but proactively maintaining our system saves money in the long run for ratepayers.
That's great.
You have your,
I'll make a motion to pass.
I'll second.
no, we got to do the public hearing first.
Sorry.
Are you done, Mr. Bowers?
I am done if you are done, sir.
I'm done. Thank you. All right. Now we'll open the public hearing. There are no comments. We will close the public hearing.
And I will make a motion.
And I will
to
second.
pass.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
That we're voting as the JPA currently?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Take that vote, 5-0. Now we have to vote as the city council.
I
So
will also make a motion.
thank you.
Pass as amended.
I'll second it.
Sure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that passes as well. Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Thank you, Mr. Zettel.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great work. We appreciate it.
Thank you to the entire finance team.
Yep.
I know that was a heavy lift. Thank you.
Great work. All right, let's move on to 9A. Pretty exciting. Consider reports from independent auditors for the year ended June 30th. Mr. Robinette.
And
Mr.
Mr.
Tippett?
Mayor, I'd recommend you also pull 910A forward and receive one presentation.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I shall.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I want to start by, I guess, a little history lesson in the Finance Department. Back in 2021, we were discussing with Council the need to consider purchasing a new system. I think in November 2021, we identified a rough time frame of a go-live of July 1st, 2023. And these financial statements are first out of that new system. To say that that entire process was a lot of work would be an extreme understatement. I'm very proud of our staff in finance. They basically worked tirelessly to make it successful. We never had additional staffing. Anybody that's ever done one of these knows that they're a ton of work. Frankly, we've had people leave because of the amount of work. But here we are today presenting the results of an audit that are positive because of all that hard work. And so I just want to call out, Tammy's here. I don't think anybody else is here from finance tonight. Tammy Mann, though, is an extremely critical part of the success of us being able to produce this document. So I wanted to start by thanking her, because she's here, and just letting everybody know how much this department cares about this city, cares about strong, sound financial operations. And I'm extremely proud of the results of the audit. But I also, Barry says this all the time, and so I'm going to steal his thunder. Our auditors always give absolute glowing reviews of our staff. And that's not just Tammy. I know Tammy's a big part of that. But they don't deal with a lot of cities that produce these documents on their own. A lot of times they just turn over financial information and let the auditors produce the entire document. We actually do this document in-house. I had jokingly told the audit committee the other day that actually our last auditors kind of took our format and they kind of blended it with their format. And now if you look at our last auditor's books, they look just like ours. And so I think this community should be really proud of what they have in that team upstairs. I think I'm getting a little choked up just thinking about all the work that's gone in to get us here. And it just means a lot to get the result on this type of audit when you implement a new system. And it just doesn't happen without how hard they're all willing to work. And so I just want to really call that out before I start talking about a document that's 300 pages and trying to distill it into 5 to 10, 15 minutes. And I'm not going to do it justice, and I'm definitely not going to do justice to all the work that's put in by that team. So I just wanted to call that out and say thank you to Tammy because she is here. And anyways, I'll get started. Okay, so I always like to start with an overview of where this document rests in all the documents that council sees. So we always do a biennial budget. We're in that process right now, as council is probably painfully aware at this point due to 2 workshops and more upcoming workshops. That process projects revenues, and we go through our expenditure needs, and we set a plan for how we're going to expend the city resources. That is done across the entire city. Obviously, a lot of the focus is on the general fund because that's where resources are constrained. And this biennial budget is modified through council action. One of those actions will be done tonight through the mid-year. But there's a variety of budget resolutions that are brought to council throughout the couple of years. So it's only modified through council action. Then we do council budget updates. I'm going to do one of those tonight. Measures the actual performance relative to the budget. We do these quarterly. We include in one of those what we call a mid-year, which we're doing tonight, and a year-end report and a mid-cycle report. The mid-cycle is in between the 2 budget years. Those ultimately are part of those budget modifications I was talking about. And then once a year, we do what's called the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. These are year-end financial statements. They follow GAAP and GASB reporting requirements, and they provide accountability and reporting consistency. The big thing is that kind of, I'd say, is different about the budget versus the ACFR is the basis of accounting that we use. In the budget process, we typically use a cash basis of accounting. It's a more simple version of accounting. In this document, there's actually multiple forms of accounting depending on the page you're looking at. So there are some pages that are full accrual. There are some pages that are what is called modified accrual, which is required of governmental statements. So those principles are founded in GAAP and GASB, but it's a lot more complex version of the information you're digesting. So I'll point out, or I'll say right now, you might find information that is not matching from my financial updates that I do to council quarterly to these documents because of those bases of accounting. i.e., when we talk about sales tax, in those budget updates, we're talking pure cash. What did we receive during the calendar year? In this document, we do a 2-month accrual. It's just part of that modified accrual that we use. So that's just an example of how those financial statements are created. So this is kind of a summary of the audit results and the ACFR itself. So we received an unmodified opinion from our auditors, Clifton Larson Allen, also known as CLA. They've noted no findings or concerns in the reports or communications. So what is an unmodified opinion? It's basically the best audit result we can get. And again, I'm proud of this because this is our first year on our new system. To say that Tammy and I weren't concerned would be completely lying to you. I mean, you're going into a new system. To be honest, one of the cool things we did is we gave our auditors access to our system. It's read-only, but it basically let them go into our system. There's some risks with that, meaning they can go look at whatever they want now. They don't need you to necessarily test things, right? But through all that, we received an unmodified opinion. We're very proud of that. It was a lot of work, but extremely, nervous about it. But we got that opinion and we're happy. This document for the city last year received the GFOA Certificate in Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 40th straight year. We expect that this document for June 30, 2024 will receive it for the 41st consecutive year. And we're always proud of that. It's just kind of that way to measure yourself against the expectations of the governmental accounting standards through GFOA. Additional information, there's this AUC 260 letter, which is basically a letter to you all as those in charge of governance. No material findings were discovered, no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in our internal controls, no accounting issues, accounting principles were consistently applied, no disagreements with management, and then our single audit report, which is our requirement under the federal clearinghouse. We have to do a single audit because we received more than $750,000 of federal grant money. Then we have a passenger facility charge where we have to do additional audit standards for the airport. They receive what we call PFCs, or passenger facility charges. We have to have auditors opine on our processes there. And then, of course, our independent auditors report all had no material findings or deficiencies. New GASB requirement that was implemented this year. This is an easy one. Tammy was probably happy. It's just an easy one. GASB 100 was basically trying to bring consistency to how we correct different accounting changes or notate errors. We didn't have anything that this applied to this year, which is good, but this standard requires some changes to how you do that process. We didn't have to really use it on anything this year, but in the future we will have to now follow those standards. I like to give this overview of the document. I think it's helpful to the average reader or counsel. There's kind of three main sections. There's the introductory section. This is not audited by our auditors. This includes a transmittal letter. It has our GFOA award in there. There's an org chart, a directory of city officials. And then you have the financial section, which is kind of the meat and potatoes of the document. It's where auditors spend most of their time. You'll find the auditor's report in there. You'll find our MD&A, or management's discussion and analysis, which is unaudited. If you're going to spend time reading anything in this document, I highly recommend those 20 to 30 pages. That will give you probably a better overview of the financial statements than I will be able to give you all tonight. Then there's the government-wide financial statements, the fund financial statements, the notes to the basic financial statements. Then there's the required supplementary information and the supplementary information. The statistical section, I always say if you're interested about things going on around our city, turn here because there's a ton of good information here about financial trends, revenue capacity, debt capacity, demographic and economic information, and some operating information about our different funds. So an overview of the financial statements, I am going to do my best. There's a bunch of small numbers on these because it's a very voluminous book. And there's a bunch of graphs. I am just kind of giving you an overview of some of the highlights of this information as I work through them. By all means, I'm willing to answer questions at the end, or if you have any questions as I'm talking about it, but I'm just trying to provide an overview of a very large document. So let me get to my notes. So right here, this is our government-wide statement of net position. So again, discussing earlier basis of accounting, this is done on a full accrual basis. It brings together our governmental activities, which includes our general fund, but also includes things like the housing authority, and our business type activities, which include things like REU, water, wastewater, solid waste, storm drains. The convention center is technically an enterprise fund or a business activity. The airport, things like that fall under the business type activities. This tries to put them all together into a statement of net position, which is effectively measuring your assets and your liabilities and trying to determine your total net position. This year, our net position increased by $31 million, or 3.8%. Of this, government was about $5 million, and the business type activities increased by about $26.5 million. Most of our net position is held in capital assets. So Joe was talking about the power plant. That's an example of something that increases your total assets, but it's not something we can spend money on. So of our $1.4 million roughly of total assets, we have about 300, give or take, of, let's call it cash or cash equivalents. I think it's good to kind of weave in how we invest that cash. So we keep about close to $100 million is pretty easily accessible to us within a day. There's $200 million of it that has frankly, the types of bonds Joe is offering, we can buy, not at 30 years, we buy them at 5 years or less. But we buy bonds for that other 200 million that roll off at different maturities. And so of that 1.4 million, about 300 million is stuff that we invest and or we have in cash and cash equivalents. Moving on to the statement of activities, this is kind of what many people refer to as your profit and loss. This is government-wide again. So the governmental revenues were about 165.6 million. About 43% of that is taxes, which is 71 million of the governmental revenues. This year, this might be a little confusing, especially in light of some of the stuff we've talked about with council regarding sales tax and the performance of sales tax. But sales tax went up 0.6 million on a modified accrual basis. So again, that's not on a cash basis, it's on a modified accrual basis, which takes July and August of this current year from the cash and rolls it into the last year. And it kind of has this rolling kind of accrual that you do. Property tax was up $2.2 million. I don't think that will surprise council at all. We've discussed the performance of our property tax. TOT was down 0.2 million. Operating grants were down 9.6 million, but capital grants were up 9.1 million. Grants can be very volatile by the way in which you measure them in these statements. You have to have performed before you actually acknowledge the revenue in these statements. So while you may have received cash, if you haven't done that performance, it won't be measured in these statements. That is what we call unearned revenue. If you owe a granting agency some type of performance of some type of service or whatever you promised them. So grants can be pretty volatile. I talk about that sometimes with the budget update, but here, very similar. On the expense side, there was also an increase in expenses, specifically on the governmental side. There was an increase for police and fire. Police went up about 7.6 million and fire was up about 7.2 million. Some of that is one-time in nature. We'll kind of talk about we'll show some of the details, not talk in too much detail about what is driving kind of our governmental or our general fund expenses over the past couple of years in the next couple slides. So the general fund balance sheet, this is kind of depicting kind of a 5-year look so you can kind of see some trends of what's happening with our general fund. So assets, as you can see, they're decreased. That's the very leftmost group of bars. It decreased by $10 million this year, 10.4. Of that, cash went down 5.3. We had a due from other funds, which was the airport, of $5 million that went down as well. And then we had prepaids go down of 1.2 million. Liabilities also decreased this year by 7.2 million. Some of that was AP going down by 1.2 and unearned revenue going down by 5.4. Just talked about unearned revenue. Those are basically grants we owe. The biggest of this right now is our ARPA funds. So our ARPA funds, we've been kind of slowly working off and spending that money down. So we have about $5.4 million. Most of that's going to be ARPA that we still have outstanding obligations to spend. As council may or may not remember, most of that will be spent from the police department for services from the police department. Fund balance also decreased by about $3.3 million. So the general fund statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. Revenues was up about 9.5 million. As I said, 2.2 million of that was property tax. 2.2 million was intergovernmental. So basically net all the money coming from other governments was up 2.2 million. And then 3.6 of that increase was actually the Zog Fire settlement. Some of you might think, well, isn't that kind of a grant? It kind of is a grant because there are things we're supposed to do with that, and council has approved some of those spending plans. But it's not a grant from the way we actually measure grants. So it's not an unearned revenue in the balance sheet on the previous slide. We actually recognize it as a revenue, even though we have future things we're going to do with that money. Tammy brought up a good point when we were discussing this earlier. She said, yeah, it's kind of the same with the opioid settlement money. We're recognizing that revenue as we receive it, but we have future expenditures that we're going to expend it on. Okay, so I think it's always useful to look over multiple years, expenditure trends, and then look at where we're going with both expenditures and revenues, and we'll do this. We did this a lot with the budget, but on the left side is an overview or an illustration of our revenues over the past 5 years, and then kind of projecting the next 2 years. And as you can see, we had that kind of large increase in sales tax over about 2 or 3 years ago, which has now kind of come back down, and we still have not reached those kind of fiscal year 22 levels or fiscal year 21 levels, even though this last year came up slightly on the modified accrual basis. Property tax continues to perform well. As we discussed at the last budget workshop, we're kind of expecting that to start to slow down in the amount that it's increasing, because we've seen some significant increases with some of the development, both downtown and with the new Costco and things like that. So we're expecting that to slow down, but that has been a very good bright spot. Then down there at the bottom, overview of TOT, cannabis, and other taxes. I like to point out TOT because that little spike is it almost feels typical of TOT at this point. There's always things that cause it to go up and down, and they're hard to predict. Wildfires is definitely one of them. Actually, I think coming out of COVID, there was a lot of people driving instead of flying, and that's why you see that spike in 2022. So then how are we spending those revenues on the right? As you can see, most of our expenditures that council has made decisions on have gone towards police and fire. There's definitely been, some up and down with Public Works as they finish different capital projects. Typically, those are streets, gas tax money that they're spending, and it's not an even rhythmic pattern all the time. So that's why you see the kind of bright greenish color going up and down there. Has to do with when projects are getting completed with Public Works and specifically streets. But most of the available money, the money that was made available has gone towards police and fire spending. And actually, as Barry always says, 85% of our discretionary budget is those two departments. So it shouldn't necessarily surprise council that as more resources have come available, we see more spending on police and fire, and a lot of our ARPA spending is on police and fire, and those numbers would be reflected in this graph as well. So kind of wrapping up the presentation here with some key financial trends and indicators. This first one is, it attempts to measure the health of the general fund. It uses what's called unassigned fund balance. I always like to point out to council, this is very different than cash. It's a different measurement. It's not the same as cash. Just like our cash measurement that we use for budget, though, this is highly influenced by the amount of annual expenditures. And as you can see there, our expenditures have been steadily going up. Some of that is because of one-time money like ARPA. Some of it was part of our expenditure plan that council adopted nearly 2 years ago now. But as you can see, that's steadily going up while we're actually eating away at our fund balance. Most of our fund balance is cash. But when you put that measurement with a larger expenditure number and a lower fund balance number, it deteriorates the ratio. The GFOA best practice on this ratio is typically right around 15 to 20%. We're far below that right now. As we've been discussing with council, it's our goal to start to kind of find our footing with our general fund cash balance, which will help kind of stabilize this ratio. As we reduce expenditures as well, it'll stabilize and increase this ratio as well. Because if you measure 7.5 against 100 versus 123, it would go up 1.5%, just an example. Governmental net cost of services. I always tell people, if we had a crystal ball and we could do this perfect, you would have this be 100% every year. We're not that good. It's pretty impossible to really be that good. But it's a useful metric if you look at over a long period of time. As you can see, it's up to 105.19. Last year it was 62.59. It bounces around a little bit because you can't time those revenues exactly perfect with when those net costs of services are resulting. So ultimately, what you would like to do is be able to know, oh, yep, we're going to get $70 million of revenue next year, and here's exactly how we're going to spend $70 million. But as we all know, we don't have crystal balls. If you have one, let me know. I'd love to have one right now. The next thing that gets a lot of attention when you're talking about our financial statements, deservedly so, is our pension liabilities and our OPEB. Some people know these as GASB 75 and GASB 68. First, I'm going to talk about our OPEB. I know it's all the way there on the right, and I'm going to kind of work right to left. But our OPEB liability, this was a year we do what's called an actuarial valuation. Those valuations, as you can kind of see every 2 years, you'll see kind of a pop in those numbers because when those valuations come in, they update all their assumptions and they're basically, I guess, comparing your actual results and how many people that actually retired and taking the benefits versus what they thought. And then they update every assumption under the sun. There's a long list of them. And so almost invariably, every time we have a valuation, it seems like there's a large impact to the net OPEB. So that's most of what that is just updating the valuation tables and the results. In total terms, it's about a $23 million increase. The other thing I like to point out about OPEB is we do not fund OPEB. So we pay as you go. Basically, when the bill shows up to pay that insurance, we pay it. Pretty much most of our employees, it's 50-50. City pays 50%. The retired employee pays 50%. But we don't have any, we have a small amount of money that was set aside many, many years ago. It's about $50,000 now that was intended to try to help fund this. When you talk about the measurements of pension and OPEB, it's a measurement of your assets relative to the potential, or not the potential liabilities, the liabilities. So if you have more liabilities than you have assets, then it shows up in your financial statement as a net OPEB in this case of what I'm talking about, or a net pension as I'm about to discuss. So the next set of kind of bars there is the PARs. As council may be aware, we just got our new valuation results. So that valuation actually will be dated 7/1/2024. The first time that valuation will be used on a financial statement will be not next year, but the following year, I believe. So these, all of these, pension and OPEB, there's 3 important dates that you'll see mentioned in the book. There's the valuation date, there's the measurement date, and then there's the financial reporting date. Our financial reporting date for this entire book is June 30, 2024. The measurement date for all of these is the measurement date is June 30, 2023. So they are a year behind the financial reporting date always. The valuation date on CalPERS is, it's always basically the same year, effectively. Well, no, it's minus 1 year, and they do standard roll forward. PARS and OPEB, we use the valuations for 2 years. It saves us money. It is allowable under GASB. We don't have to pay for a valuation. Frankly, in the case of both of those, the valuations don't add a ton of benefit to us. In the case of PERS, just on the pure magnitude of the number, it does add value to us from a financial planning perspective. Long-winded way of saying our PARS liability is now 0, and you guys have heard that, but you might be looking at that and saying, Greg, why does that not say 0? Well, it's going to take a couple years for this reporting to catch up to what we know is happening in real time because of the way we measure these liabilities. On the CalPERS side, basically, as you all know, there's certain assumptions that CalPERS makes. As they either do or don't meet those assumptions, we see increases to our CalPERS liability. The thing I like to point out on the next slide, I'll get into this a little bit, is it's probably more important to think about how we fund those liabilities than it is to think about the liability itself, because the liability itself isn't something we're expected to pay tomorrow. And so CalPERS, and frankly, we kind of mimic CalPERS with our PARS plan. CalPERS uses basically a 20-year payment plan on every kind of piece of liability that they have. But it's important to know this uses a different kind of acknowledgement of the liability when it reports it for the financial statement purposes, because it has a different set of reporting requirements. So from cash perspective, we pay pretty much everything you hear. If you hear at the end of this year, which is with what's going on in the stock market, is very likely possible, that PERS lost 10%. Well, what does that mean? It means we're going to have more unfunded pension liability on our books at some point, right? But what does that mean to our budget is probably the more important question. And that's something we're getting every year from PERS. We're updating council once a year with the updated valuation that PERS sends us. We get that usually every August, and then we update it with our financial plan basically on the following mid-year. So we're constantly updating the actual payment plan. The next slide kind of says, hey, how do we actually budget for these payments? But I think it's important to realize this is a measurement from financial statements, which is different than the way that we are going to pay it. I just can't emphasize that enough. And OPEB's a good example of that. Okay, there's a liability, but how do we actually pay that? We pay it as we go.
Mr. Robinette, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you go back just once to where you just were? For anybody listening online or in the audience, essentially in layman's terms, what you're saying is that when CalPERS underperforms, we fill that.
For 20 years. Yeah, so basically.
We feel that gap in our budget.
Some people, in a couple slides from now, I'm going to get into this sensitivity analysis that is done. It's included in the book. Because there's often the times this question of, hey, PERS currently uses 6.8% for their assumed rate of return, their discount rate. PERS shouldn't use 6.8%. I like to tell people it doesn't really matter what PERS uses, because either one, we're going to see a bump now in our payments, or if you believe that over the long term they're only going to make 6%, every year we're probably going to see a bump in our payment, right? So it's kind of a pay me now, pay me later philosophy, because if they constantly underperform the assumed number, then we're going to be kind of having these, I call them layers of unfunded liability that get added to our payment plan with them. So currently right now, if everything came in exactly the way they assumed, that means every single person lived what they thought they were going to live, and all of our rates of returns came in. So it's all based on a bunch of assumptions, right? We can opine on those assumptions, certainly. The point is anytime something deviates from those assumptions, we have either good news, meaning we don't have to pay PERS some amount of money, or bad news, meaning we need to pay PERS more money. Since I've been here, it feels like it's always bad news, but that's not true. You can see the dip up there on the graph where PERS earned like 21% or something, and it significantly dropped our liability. That set off a policy that PERS has actually since gotten rid of that required them to drop the discount rate by 0.2 basis points from 7 to 6.8, which is why it bounced back up. So, I mean, there's a million factors in this thing, but I think it's just important to say that it's based on all their assumptions, and it's a long list of assumptions in there. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. The next slide, I think, gets into some of what you're talking about. This slide is not designed for anybody to read. It's designed to point out that we budget for the payments on our unfunded liability. So we're talking on this slide, right? We're talking about over $300 million of liabilities, but we're doing a financial plan. Actually, council, we just met about it last Thursday, which is going to set in place our plan to pay every single bill that's due. And so this is what I think is a key thing to remember for council, that this number, yes, it matters, it exists, but without the planning, how do you know you're ready to prepare for those upcoming bills, and can you make those payments? And so I like to point out our 10-year plan because I think it's a great document that council over the years has held steadfast to, because it could be easy to say, hey, this thing, all it does is cause me problems, and I want to run away from it because it is hard and it makes my budgeting hard. But councils, to their credit, have always stuck by this thing, and I think it's an extremely valuable tool for our city. And I like to point out that, hey, the unfunded liability payments that are on the horizon are in our financial plan. If you get in our budget book, or if you get in the update tonight, actually, it's there, right? I guess there's going to be one presentation that I'm going to be back up here talking about an update to our budget, and this actual 10-year plan is in there. And so I think it's important to remember we are always looking at what it means to our financial planning. So back to what I was foreshadowing with the sensitivity analysis. So currently, and I know I just said 6.8, and now this says 7. That's again because of that measurement date and that valuation date that I was discussing. So that actually hasn't quite caught up in the terms of what they give us on our our pension GASB 68 updates. I think next year it'll be on there from the actual discount rate that they list. So what would happen if PERS decided to drop it or increase it. They're not going to increase it. Just a little, in case I wanted to burst anybody's bubble today, they're not going to increase the discount rate. There's probably more pressure for them to drop the discount rate. I think if you listen to their actuaries, they feel good about the discount rate they're at. You take that for what it means, but I think they feel good about the discount rate they're at and their ability to meet that long term. But if they were to drop it, it would mean a significant increase from, just on our miscellaneous plan, about $70 million increase, in our safety plan, and about another $60 or $55 million increase. That's a huge impact to us if they were to change it. So I don't want to act like it isn't, but it is something that over time, if they were to earn 6%, we would end up kind of effectively arriving at that result anyways. It's just a different way of getting there. With that, again, I want to thank my entire team upstairs. They are the best. I'm convinced of that. And thank you all for listening, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Audette.
I had a question, since we're talking about budgets, on page 243. It looks like we've increased staffing by 184 people since 2021. I'm assuming 2021, 2022 fiscal year. Is that accurate?
I'll tell you, if the book says it, it's accurate. Can I give you information as to how it's exactly measured off the top of my head? Probably not. I'll look to Tammy and see if she happens to know that measurement. You said 283. I'm going to look at it.
Page 243. It looks like starting in 2021 to 2022, or in that fiscal year, we went up 101 people, and then another 83 people over the next few years. I just want to know if that's accurate. We had talked about increases in police and fire.
Well, there's definitely been increases in our utilities as well. That's, in that time frame, I know there were increases to police and fire. Some of those in the form of grant positions, i.e. SAFER, that would be add 12 positions. Some of those over around that same time frame, increases for wildfire mitigation. And then on the police side, and then frankly, there's been some increases that were tied to ARPA. Hold on, I'm trying to get the page open.
Mike, you want to sing?
I'm just looking up the exact page you're looking at. Yeah, so this is actually directly out of our budget, I'm pretty sure. Is that correct, Tammy? Yeah, this comes directly out of our budget. Yeah, it might be FTEs is what she's saying.
This says budgeted full-time employees as of June 30th.
Yeah, so
At the top of it.
It uses our budget information to gather that. And so as you point out, there's a significant increase from 21 to 22, which is around the time of those significant budget increases. But I also know there was a lot of hiring. I mean, you can go through here and it gives you a breakdown by department. So general government.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. 37 in general government, 29 in police, 35 in fire, 10
I'm
in
interested
public.
about that general government number because that doesn't make sense. I'm going to look at that one. I'll get back to you
Could
on
you
that one.
please? I would
Yeah.
love that.
These are not the actual numbers, these are budgeted numbers.
They're budgeted numbers. I'm almost positive of that.
Yeah, so let's
But
find
the
out.
general government one doesn't make sense to me. I'm wondering if that's not some type of anomaly with the new system. But I'll look at that one. I'll get back to you on that.
That'd be awesome. Well, I did go through this entire book. I got to be on this audit committee my first 2 years, so it's actually wonderful.
Very
And
exciting.
kudos to you, as per usual.
Well, now you're bothering me because I don't know why that general government number
It's
jumped out.
bothering me
That one
too,
doesn't make
so like
sense.
we're in the same boat now. So if you could find that out for me, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Certainly before my next budget meeting. But yeah, no, this looks great. It's a lot of really good information. I've actually I don't know if it's legal, but I have shared these financial reports before because I actually think it's just such a great snapshot of what we're doing. It's incredible for transparency. If the public wanted access to this, how could they go through this and look at it, and would they be able to ask you questions?
Absolutely. Our staff's always available if somebody's interested in even this page. Is there a data anomaly here? I think so, looking at it. So first, to answer your first question, it is perfectly okay to share this with whoever. I failed to mention this during the presentation, but one of the big reasons you do this is for bond agencies. They look at this. We have required reporting. So this kind of keeps our standing with them, by having sound financial reports that have unmodified opinions. It gives, let's just say, bond agencies and bond buyers good feelings about us because they know we have sound financial policies and practices that we're adhering to. Second, where do you access it? City of Reading website. There's also, I'm looking at the clerk, there's one available in the clerk's office if you want the hard copy. There's always one available there. City of Reading website, go to finance, and then there's a drop down that does financial reporting. I'm looking at Tammy to make sure I'm getting it right. And then in that financial reporting, you actually see, you can get them for like 10 years. We actually took some off the website when we moved to the new website, but you can go see 10 years of our financial reporting on there. There used to be like 20 on there, I think. But yeah, it'll put you to sleep at night. It's dense,
No,
but it's great.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
And thank you, Tim.
But yeah, if you have any questions, come by our office. We are eager to talk about finances.
Yes, very nicely done. Thank you, Mr. Robinette. So let's just take 9A. We have to just approve the recommendation.
I'll make a motion to approve the audit committee's recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. All right, let's move to 910A and consider the acceptance of the Reading Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, year ending June 30th. Okay,
I'll make a motion.
thank you.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. All approved. Thank you, Mr. Robinette. Tammy? You did neglect to mention all the work that Lata and myself put in, Greg. I mean,
Not sufficient recognition for the audit committee's review of your work.
for those who don't know, audit committee takes, I don't know, how long did it take us to do our work? 2 minutes?
1,600 hours, maybe?
Yeah, it took us about 2 minutes. Anyway, I digress. Yeah. All right, we're going to move on to 91C. Consider accepting report regarding tobacco. All right, thank you. So we have a few. Go ahead, Jason.
Sorry, did you say go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jason Jablisco, Management Assistant to the City Manager, and tonight I'm bringing an update on tobacco retailing. So I first presented to council on February 6th of 2024 regarding tobacco retailing. I presented on what the current state regulations are, as well as what the majority of California jurisdictions are doing, and what our neighbors in Shasta County are doing, all in regard to tobacco retailing. Council accepted that report and further directed staff to canvass more California jurisdictions and find out what is and is not working. So I returned to council on September 17th of last year. In all, I canvassed 48 jurisdictions and found out what is and is not working. I found that 28 jurisdictions all require a tobacco retail license, and that the most successful jurisdictions that are able to prevent youth access to tobacco products all run a tobacco retail license program. So that program is going to include a fee for service. It's going to cover staff time. It's also going to include inspections, enforcement, and education. And this is in addition to the California state license that is required, and that's required by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. It's $265. So council accepted that September 17th report and provided further direction to staff to return to City Council with a tobacco retail ordinance for vape and smoke shops and include fee options to fund enforcement through code enforcement and law enforcement for consideration at a future council meeting. I also want to mention, since it was not known on September 17th, but RPD received a grant from California Department of Justice specifically for tobacco operations. So that grant's going to cover police officer staff time, decoy operations, shoulder tap operations, undercover buys, inspections, and education. And that grant's going to expire, I believe, November of '27. And then RPD also has another grant specifically for decoy operations with Shasta County. With that grant, they're to run 5 decoy operations a year, and with each operation, they're to include 10 to 12 retailer visits. And that one expires in March of next year. So with that direction, I started working with staff to see what they would require to run a successful tobacco retail license program. With Reading Police Department, they're going to require 1 full-time police officer and 1 half-time sergeant. And with code enforcement, they would require 1 full-time neighborhood preservation officer and 1 half-time admin assistant. So here are the costs associated with running a tobacco retail license program for both Reading Police Department and Reading Code Enforcement. The cost of the license is going to include, it's going to completely cover staff time. It's also going to include inspections, enforcement, and education. So with Reading Police Department, if the direction remains to only license vape and smoke shops, we have 29. With Reading Police Department, that license cost is going to be $13,000 per retailer. Now, if it is code enforcement, it is going to be $4,828. Now, if council direction changes to expand to all tobacco retailers, the license fee is going to drastically reduce. We have 119 tobacco retailers in city limits. So with Reading Police running that program, it's going to be $3,184. And with Reading Code Enforcement, it's going to be $1,176. Now, these costs can be reduced even more if council wanted to change the amount of oversight, and also we can subsidize with the general fund. So the other half of council's direction was to bring back an ordinance specific to vape and smoke shops. That has not yet been completed. Pursuant to the item 12 on February 18th, council directed staff to bring back the tobacco retail item. So we were doing that tonight, felt it was best prior to the ordinance being done, just in case if the direction changes. That's going to conclude my presentation. Staff asks that you accept the report and provide further direction. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Well, I'll have you come back and we'll do public comment, and then we'll start asking some questions. I'm sure we'll have plenty of them. Thank you, Jason. All right, public comment. Mr. Gill, I don't know how to pronounce your first name. Ishar Gill? Ishar Gill? Singh? Mr. Singh? And Jagdeep Singh and Baljavan Singh are our first 3. Go ahead.
Hi, I'll keep it short. I do support the first staff report in which it was mostly directed at vape and smoke shops, as the report states that they are the majority contributor to underage sales. Blanketing it to all retailers, I think it's burdensome to the other retailers who are, I'll say law-abiding, but follow the certain precautions and procedures and pay for the certain softwares required to check identification. That's my basic point is besides smoke shops and vape shops, these other retailers do take the initiative to prevent these sales. And like the report suggests, so I hope you adopt the first version of the proposal and not this second one, just to cover additional expenses that would be incurred with hiring additional personnel.
Thank you.
So do you have a retail shop?
Correct.
Can you tell us what software you're using?
Gilbarco Passport.
Can you just do it on the mic, just so the people at home can hear you?
We use Gilbarco Passport and Verifone Commander, which all have built-in ID software.
What does that cost you to
For the software, for the total software, we pay about $1,500 a year. So.
Well, you need to fill out a blue card if you haven't. Jessica, okay, go ahead.
Anyone like to see this picture? I can show it. That's the security measures we take when somebody buy any tobacco products. This is what comes to our Gilbarco point of sales, POS. That costs us like more than $25,000, including hardware and software. And it says like birth date must be on or before 3/18/2004, which is today. And it does that you have to scan customer ID. You can't go beyond this point before scanning a customer ID. And we spend more than 25 grand just to get this scanning data in there. Smoke shops, they don't have this at all. And the kind of, I'm not here to snitch or anything, the kind of cash register they use, they won't even give you like 100% tax they collect from customers. When flavored vapes were banned, menthol cigarettes were banned, we spend millions of dollars to establish a facility, which is gas station and convenience store. Even if I have to buy a new one today, it's more than $5 million per store. So my $5 million are on stake if I do any of illegal activity selling vape, flavored product, menthol, or anything. What these vape shops does, they come to city office, spend $100 to get a business license, rent a space, open a shop, do all that illegal activities there, even selling mushrooms. I won't hesitate to say that even my fellow community member might hate me for this, that why I'm doing all this thing, but yes, they do that thing. I have seen, read those newspapers when you do a decoy, like undercover operations, they get caught doing that thing. One of my stores is next to middle school, elementary school, and Enterprise High School. And during lunch, morning session and evening session, I stay there myself or one of my family members, so we watch every single activity. Even if somebody tried to buy anything, we just like grab their ID and send it to their school. So we take all the preventive measures not to sell it to any underage, and we do get like heated words from like people who look under 40. We do check their IDs also. But vape shops, they don't do that at all. So the first part is good. I would recommend, like, there's 29 vape shops. You start charging 25 grand per year just to run that vape shop as a license. That's $750,000 revenue for city. And if they're gonna pay 25 grand per year, they have something on stake. We pay property tax on a $5 million property. They don't do anything. So when it comes to us, per store, we create 7 to 10 jobs for local people from Reading, from Shasta County. They don't. So we should not be included on the same boat as they are. So my point is, if you start charging us like even $1,000, $2,000 as it was there, it's going to hurt us. Our business is already being hurt with the economy and everything. Vape shops, they sell glass, they sell banned product. We don't do that. I'm gonna put myself in your shoes that if my kid is underage and he buys something from you guys, which is not beneficial to him, I want you to slap my kid if he's buying it. So we take a measure for our community as a safety measures for all the high school kids.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jagdeep Singh and Baljovan Singh. And then Ava.
Yeah, good evening, City Councilor. Same thing, just current, whatever he said, gas fees now should be on us. I'm gas station owner. And same thing, the vape and smoke shops, and they don't pay the property tax. They just pay the rent and have a shop there. And they, under cigarettes, they sell there like $5, $4, and illegal stuff, the vape, pipes, these kind of other stuff. So we didn't sell these kind of stuff. And we have we pay like Gilbarco software and security systems. We have employees, they check the ID. Without ID, they can't sell, not sell. So these can be precaution for everything. We check make sure we have our kids and like make sure everybody check the ID. We don't sell for without underage. So we like request for this fee not on the gas stations or other tobacco retails. That should be on only for vapes because they don't pay any property tax or other taxes. So they run like a cheap, like they only like buy self there. They don't have like more expense than us. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Baljavan Singh, Ava Dingle, and Alan Wadley. Murley Allen Wadley.
Hello. Same as them, I kind of agree that they should only apply to smoke shops and vape shops, just to give them, put a higher burden on them. Because right now, the burden for us is building a station is in the millions. For them, it's tobacco license. They do something bad, state takes their license, they move 3 spots down, get a new license, $300, they're back at it again. So I think that this, having them pay that $10,000, $15,000 a year licensing fee makes them be more compliant and have more to lose because their license is actually worth $13,000, $15,000, not $250. So that way they have more skin in the game. They are more compliant as the findings found, the most of these smoke shops are the ones they're committing and not following the rules. And I think they take that risk reward because to them, they don't have much to lose. It's just a license. A license they can just apply under their kid's name next time or their wife's name or anybody else. So I think I really agree that this is something that should be done, and also limiting the amount of smoke shops in a town is also something that I think that should be done.
Thank you. Ava, is it Murley? And then Kathy Grindstaff.
Good evening. My name is Ava Donaghy, and I am a 7th grader at University Preparatory School, and I am also part of Girls Inc. of the Northern Sacramento Valley. Our community has been immensely affected by the amount of tobacco and vape shops in our community, especially the shops by our schools. At my school, there are 2 smoke shops right by where high schoolers walk to the gas station to get snacks. There is also one right by where I do theater at Reading Performing Arts Center. There are lots of smoke shops in our city, and there are actually 3 times as many smoke shops as there are fast food chains in Reading alone. Another issue is tobacco's accessibility to youth. Tobacco companies use clever advertising to promote usage of tobacco to youth. And 76.3 of online vape shops allow customers to reach the checkout page without proper age verification, making it easier for youth to purchase vapes. Furthermore, schools don't have a widespread discipline plan, nor a system to even dispose of vapes that are confiscated. Needless to say, we need better enforcement to protect our youth from the trap that is tobacco addiction and protect their futures and the future of Reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wadley.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marley, a member and representative of Girls Inc., here tonight to educate and warn our City Council about the dangers of vaping and how it's affecting our community. As you may have already learned from my friend Ava, vaping is a massive problem in our community. The addiction exists not just on the fringes of society, but close enough for school children to touch. Next to my school lies a shop where, after school, many people go. Behind this building, they stand and vape, fake fruit, and toxic bubblegum filling the air as people still under 10 walk by, breathing in the fumes. In the short distance between my school and the YMCA, which runs a robust after-school program, there lie 2 vape shops and 2 gas stations, all of whom will sell tobacco products to minors. I personally know many people who have been to vape shops and, despite clearly being underage, have been sold tobacco products with simply the Less of a question, more of an order. You're 21. In the passing of Senate Bill 793, most flavored tobacco products were prohibited from sale, but that didn't stop tobacco companies. They changed flavors to colors, for example, raspberry to red, bubblegum to pink. And that allowed them to bypass the ban while still remaining just as alluring. This, along with tobacco products' easy access, keeps tobacco products circulating among the youth, damaging our health for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Grindstab, Paula Tallant, and Jennifer Coulter.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Grindstaff, and I come before you as a member of the Tobacco Education Coalition Committee and representing the youth of our community. I'm very passionate about the youth of our community, so bear with me. We are very proud to live in a community that truly cares about the health and well-being of our community, families, youth, and visitors who live and work here. The City of Reading and Shasta County have been leaders in adopting ordinances that are geared to the health of all. For instance, we were the first to ban indoor smoking. We were the first to recognize breast cancer awareness. And we want to be the first to adopt the most restrictive ordinances geared toward reducing vaping in our community, but especially by our youth. We are the leaders who should be teaching by example. We are the adults who should be educating our youth on the dangers of vaping and smoking products. Did you know the risks of vaping include, but are not limited to, lung damage, addiction to nicotine, exposure to harmful chemicals, potential for seizures or burns, and risks to brain development, particularly to our youth. Youth access to tobacco products presents a serious threat to public health. We must recognize that retailers are targeting our youth. They need them for future customers. These businesses do not care about the health of our community, but about lining their pockets with the continued addiction of our community and our youth. You are our leaders. You have been provided with extensive information about the harm of vaping on our youth, as well as what other communities are doing to deter this product in their communities. You have the ability to make a difference in our community and set an example for other communities within our state and nation. One last example. Did you know that one pack of cigarettes is equal to 20 milligrams of nicotine? One Juul pod is equal to 41.3 milligrams of nicotine. One Fix pod is equal to 75 milligrams of nicotine, and one Soren pod is equal to 90 milligrams of nicotine. I like to tell students that when we think about vapes and the comparison to alcohol, the use of vapes is like starting with moonshine. When we start drinking, skipping beer and wine, and going straight to the hard stuff. Most youth do not smoke and don't believe that vapes cause any harm. So basically, they're going straight to the hard stuff. Imagine making it harder for students to obtain vapes. Imagine if we actually cared enough to protect our youth and use education and restrictions to help our youth make better choices. We can do that with continued education and ordinances, licensing, and fines to all vape establishments. And you have to know that these vape shops are not just selling nicotine products. What price are we putting on our youth? Thank you.
Thank you. Paula and Jennifer, and then Alita Carpenter.
Thank you for having me. My name is Paula Tayant. I'm a public health nurse, perinatal service, and sudden infant death coordinator for Shasta County Public Health. I am also a mother. We all know that smoking is linked to poor health outcomes, but in Shasta County, tobacco use during pregnancy is significantly higher than the state average. Shasta County women reported smoking during their last trimester at a rate 4 times higher than the state average, 11.5% versus 2.5%. Shasta County women also reported smoking after giving birth at a rate 4 times higher than the state average, 18% versus 4.3%. Smoking during pregnancy is the single largest modifiable risk factor for poor maternal and fetal outcomes. It increases the risk of birth defects, preterm birth, low birth weight, and sudden unexplained infant deaths, SUIDs. In fact, Shasta County SUIDs rates are higher than our state average. Research indicates that roughly 30% of sudden infant deaths could be avoided if the mother did not smoke during pregnancy. Additionally, smoking impacts or negatively impacts fertility in both men and women, making it more difficult for women to become pregnant and increasing the risk of complications during pregnancy. This makes smoking not only a risk to unborn children, but also to the reproductive health of men and women in our community. Infants and children exposed to secondhand smoke also face more frequent and severe health issues such as pneumonia, bronchitis, ear infections, obesity, and asthma. In Shasta County, 1 in 5 kids aged 17 and younger have been diagnosed with asthma. A tobacco retail license policy that follows best practices would positively impact not only the youth in our community, but also women, particularly mothers. One mother shared with me that when flavored tobacco products were made illegal, she felt encouraged to quit. However, due to the lack of a local policy and enforcement, mothers like her are still smoking and vaping because flavored tobacco products remain readily available. Children and teenagers younger than 18 years old are especially vulnerable to addiction. Nicotine can change the biochemical pathways in the body, making it more difficult to focus, and they prime the brain for addiction, which lead to lifelong health challenges. Shasta County is no stranger to the challenges posed by substance use, with high rates of substance use disorder and neonatal abstinence syndrome in our hospitals. Neonatal abstinence syndrome occurs when babies are born to mothers who use drugs during pregnancy, leading to the baby being physically dependent on those substances. These babies can show signs of dependence after birth, suffering from symptoms such as shaking, trouble feeding, irritability. These issues underscore the need for continued action to address substance use, including tobacco, to improve the health of both mothers and their children. Decreasing the number of tobacco retailers in our community, increasing the distance between them, and strictly enforcing the existing tobacco control laws will help deter women from going out of their way to buy a harmful and deadly product. These measures will help protect not only women's health, but also the health of their children. Thank you.
Jennifer, Alita, Debbie Burkett.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jennifer Coulter, and I am here today not only as a concerned grandma, but also someone who cares deeply, deeply committed to the health and future of our youth. I believe in the strength of our community, and while it's become clear that some of our methods have not always proven to be effective when it comes to enforcing tobacco laws locally. Now, while I firmly believe that protecting our children does not require overregulation and increased taxes, it does call for smart and effective measures. The council has accepted strict measures imposed on the cannabis licenses, and yet there isn't anything in place locally for tobacco. By instituting a tobacco licensing system, we can really focus the enforcement on the areas where it's needed most. The system would help keep our community safer by ensuring that only those who intentionally violate the law, the true bad actors, risk losing their license. It's a great targeted approach, practical solutions that really addresses and reinforces the commitment to our community safety. I had more. But, we just really need to do something here. And by just focusing on the vape shops, it would be great to be able to do that. But just like when the tobacco sales went down, then vapes came up. If we just try and snuff out the vape shops, they're going to come back around and they're going to get around it somehow. That's why I don't want to hurt small businesses or other businesses. But if we don't do something comprehensive, there'll just be other workarounds. So thank you for really considering a tougher licensing. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Yes.
Alita, Debbie Burkett, and Madison Bible.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Munns. I'll be brief since there are several other speakers and I know you visited this issue before. I'm Alita Carpenter. I'm appearing before you tonight as the chair of the Shasta County Tobacco Education Coalition. I've worked in tobacco education for almost 17 years, first at Public Health and then as a member of TEC. But during that time, a major focus of our efforts has been keeping tobacco products out of the hands of our community's youth. Early efforts focused on cigarettes and chewing tobacco with many successes. At this point, however, vape use is rampant among young people statewide. Recognizing this, the legislature and many jurisdictions in California have taken steps to reduce youth access and use of these products. More than 150 California municipalities have enacted policies that prohibit the sale of electronic smoking devices, limit the number of tobacco retailers, and prohibit tobacco retailers from operating near schools and youth-oriented locations. In addition, more than 230 municipalities require a local tobacco retailer license to sell these products. I would like to urge you to join these jurisdictions by passing similar policies to keep these products out of the hands of our young people. The Tobacco Education Coalition will be glad to work with the city to develop a comprehensive local ordinance. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lita. Debbie Burkett, Madison Bible, Norm Lassard.
I forget how this works.
Just start talking.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Debbie Burkett. I'm the Tobacco Compliance Specialist for Shasta County. And part of my job is to visit all the tobacco retailers within Shasta County. That's 216 of them. And I go there to educate them and confirm compliance on local, state, and federal tobacco laws. In 2022, the state of California banned all flavored tobacco products. And within that law, it also banned possessing flavored tobacco products with the intent to sell. Tobacco products names include things like gummy bear, cotton candy, cookies and cream, Cap'n Crunch, sour lemon, and one of the kids' favorites is strawberry banana. We know the tobacco industry is targeting our youth. I visit all the tobacco retailers in Redding, and there are still flavored products available. And I have documented instances, including the last 2 days, of retailers hiding flavored products. And at this point, I want to thank the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for coming to Redding and letting me do a site visits with them, and they'll give an update on what they found here in our amazing city of Redding. In the city of Redding in 2024, there were 81 tobacco law violations. 33 of those violations were possession of illegal flavored products. Many retailers complained to me, the ones that are law-abiding, how frustrated they are that there are retailers out there who aren't abiding by the law. And it's unfair business practices. I just think it would be really wise to level the playing field for all tobacco retailers to be held accountable for all tobacco laws. I have never in my life met anyone who said, dang, I wish I had started vaping or smoking when I was younger. I just think it's such an addictive, difficult addiction to overcome. And I implore you to just think about the welfare and the well-being of our youth. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Madison, you're up. Norm Lassard and Kristen Schrader.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Munns. My name is Madison Bible, and I am the Tobacco Program Coordinator for Shasta County Public Health. Shasta County continues to have higher than average smoking rates, and one study estimates that the cost of smoking in Shasta County is estimated to be nearly $76 million in direct healthcare costs, and an additional $73 million due to loss of productivity due to a smoking-related illness or premature death. Poor health is bad for business due to increased healthcare costs, reduced productivity due to illness and medical appointments, decreased employee engagement, and the potential for higher turnover rates. Tobacco use is the leading cause of preventable death and disease, and it is the only product sold that kills when used as intended and is harmful and deadly even to those who do not use it. It is extremely addictive. There are currently 130 tobacco retailers in the city of Reading, and we have more than 3 times as many tobacco retailers than fast food restaurants, and more than 4 times as many tobacco retailers than we have neighborhood parks. Despite the legal age to purchase being 21 years of age, 1 in 3 Shasta County youth report being able to purchase these products directly from a tobacco retailer. And according to the 2023 California Youth Tobacco Use Survey, Shasta County youth reported the highest level of any tobacco use ever in the state of California. Tobacco retail licensing policies send a message to all tobacco retailers that the community is serious about protecting kids from tobacco products. Tobacco retail licenses increase compliance with laws and create a level playing field for tobacco retailers, ensuring fair business practices. Tobacco retail licenses are proven to be effective at reducing youth access to tobacco products and reducing youth use. Your constituents want you to do something about the tobacco problem in your community. According to a public opinion survey conducted in the city of Reading, 65% of your surveyed constituents felt that there are too many tobacco retailers in your city. 80% want you to limit the proximity of tobacco retailers to youth-oriented locations such as schools and parks. Your community wants a city where youth are protected. When jurisdictions have weak tobacco laws and do not continuously enforce them, jurisdictions find themselves being inundated with illegal contraband like the CDTFA inspections the last 2 days have shown. You have an opportunity to protect our youth and ensure that businesses operate legally. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm, Christian Schrader, and last but not least, Mark Mazzano.
Hi, good evening. My name is Norm Lassard. I'm with the California Department of Tax and Fees Administration out of Sacramento. I'm a supervising investigator with the agency. We've been working, I've had 4 inspectors up here the last 2 days working with Madison and Debbie. Real quick, a few months ago we were up here. We did 12 inspections. Of the 12 inspections, we had citations at 9 of them and seizures of product. In the last 2 days, we came up late yesterday afternoon and worked all day today. We've had 6 inspections, 6 seizures, and 6 citations. So it is a problem. We seized 64 boxes of illegal cannabis, tobacco products, flavored products. I don't even know why I'm up here. The young ladies kind of hit it right on the nose. I mean, if a 7th grader can figure it out, we as adults should be able to figure out. It's a serious issue. Not to mention, law enforcement knows you walk into a smoke shop, it's just like a little dope house going on. You can get butane in there, you can get meth pipes in there, whip it in there. There's definitely cannabis in there. So there's a huge problem. I know some of the suggestions with the moratorium is a great idea, and the ordinance is a good idea also, and you guys need to figure that out. Not to mention the criminal aspect of it. There's huge tax evasion when it comes to tobacco and cigarette products. I was part of a search warrant on Thursday. I can't even remember the whole total seizure, but the bottom line was there was over $3 million sent to Hamas overseas. There was several $1 million sent to China from the tax evasion of cigarette and tobacco products. That money went to China and ultimately ended up in Tehran, Iran, for those of you who don't know where Tehran is. Serious issue. It's organized crime to the highest levels. Law enforcement knows there's issues there. We come across different contraband, hard drugs. Most of these smoke shops have psilocybin, which is the shrooms. For those of you who don't know what that is, we've found cocaine in there, meth, every type of weapon there is. So you have serious problems within Reading, and I know I live in Gridley, and you think the problem's not there, but it's there. And so I encourage all of you to listen to the young ladies and everyone here today and figure out a better way, because most of those are operating illegally, and their whole business model is to cheat the system. And can't cheat America anymore. You got to take care of business.
Can you Can you just stay for a second or two? We have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Mike?
On your inspections that you've done over the past few days, can you clarify if these were at smoke and vape shops only or a mix of retail? And give us the data as far as what retail shops were cited versus smoke and vape shops, if you can.
It's been smoke shops the last 2 days. Primarily, we go where the problem is. There were some gentlemen up here regarding gas stations and mini marts. Do we have problems there? Yeah, absolutely. But we go to a smoke shop, and literally 9 times out of 10, we have violations. We go to some of these other places, it's maybe 1 out of 10, so it's very minimal. So we go where the problems are.
And compliance with retail has been pretty good?
Compliance with retail in Shasta County has been pretty good. Now, retail as in convenience stores, gas stations, that sort of thing. Compliance in the smoke and vape shop has been pretty much zero.
Go ahead.
You answered my first question. I mean, that's a huge, huge problem. But what you're telling me is just mind-boggling. You're saying that 6 out of 6 smoke shops and vape shops are out of compliance, illegal drugs, and money laundering to the international organized crime. These figures you're giving, 3 million and 6 million, they're just from Shasta County?
No. Let me just clarify, not Shasta County.
Okay.
I'm just saying tax evasion, because I guarantee.
I get it.
We've tracked stuff from Sacramento up here
Yeah.
to Shasta County, the other counties up here, untaxed product. That untaxed product is funding terrorist organizations.
No, I get it, but just, okay. Those are the 2 questions I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say Shasta County was.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Norm.
You're welcome, thanks.
Kristen and Mark.
Good evening. I'm here tonight because I believe that the Reading City Council is the local governmental entity that can truly make a difference to reduce teen tobacco smoking and access. Schools are doing their part to reduce tobacco use. Foothill High Coach Sanchez is doing his part, but it will take a vote of the Reading City Council to adopt a TRL ordinance with strong enforcement, education, and inspection that will have the biggest impact in reducing teen tobacco smoking and access. I appreciate that RPD has received grant funding and runs decoy operations. Decoy operations alone will not provide the inspection and enforcement that is needed. American Lung Association studies have shown that jurisdictions who have implemented a local TRL with strong enforcement provisions are effective and rates of illegal tobacco sales to youth decrease. In the resource I emailed to you yesterday, as of October 2024, 230 municipalities have adopted TRLs and 126 municipalities regulate density and proximity. The Reading TRL should include all tobacco retailers, not just vape shops. It is critical for the city to be consistent with the state, who currently reports there are 130 tobacco retailers in Reading. At 130 tobacco retailers in the city of Reading, there is 1 retailer for every 715 people. Other communities set their density at 1 for every 2,000 population. The density should be reduced, and the ordinance should include a limit on the number of retailers. Proximity to other retailers and to youth-friendly facilities should be addressed in the ordinance, such as minimum distance requirements from another tobacco or cannabis retail licensee, and a minimum distance from any youth-friendly facility such as a school or park. Enforcement of the TRL should be done by Reading Code Enforcement, which at the cost of $140,000 listed in the staff report would represent a reasonable cost of $1,000 per year charged to 130 tobacco retailers. Retailers who choose to sell tobacco products are subject to many regulations, and for good reason. It is the only product that kills when used as intended. Thank you for considering the adoption of a tobacco retail license ordinance, and I appreciate the tireless work of Shasta County Health and Human Services tobacco program staff. This may be one of the most important votes you will make. Supporting the adoption of a TRL ordinance will benefit over 25,000 Reading youth in reducing teen smoking and access. Tobacco retailers should consider the payment of the local TRL fee as a small contribution to the health and well-being of our community's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Mr. Bizzano?
Oh, thank
Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Council clerks. Thank you for being here, staff. My name is Mark Bizzano. I come before you tonight as a former vice mayor of this city, councilman and mayor pro tem, but tonight I'm here as a citizen of the city of Reading. You've heard a lot about tobacco and the evils of it, and I haven't met an adult yet that has told me they started smoking yesterday. They all started when they were young, when they were underage. And how did they get that tobacco? Illegally. They got it from people that didn't care about the laws, and today they're getting it from people that perhaps care about the laws, but the employees they have, because of the turnover, don't have the proper training to make sure that they're giving it to adults and only adults. I think we need to follow the direction of other cities like San Francisco, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, that have programs like this and have seen the impact that it has on youth smoking and the lack of youth smoking because of those programs. The idea of using grant funding by the police department to do the shoulder taps and programs, I think it's a great idea. And I think you should continue that and pursue those grants. But you need regular enforcement, and that's code enforcement's job. And you need to fund that. And the only way you're going to fund that is by leveling a sales permit fee on anybody that sells tobacco products. And leave the police out of it. The code enforcement officers probably should, but don't make as much as a police officer, so it's not going to cost us that much. But on a regular basis, they need to be out there inspecting, enforcing, but more importantly, educating the new employees because of the turnover in fast food, the turnover in convenience stores and in gas stations. Educate those employees. Right now, if you get caught and you get a violation, the maximum fine is $1,000. That's nothing to some of these people. If we made it $10,000, these businessmen would make sure that their employees knew what they were doing and knew how to check the IDs. I see youth out there all the time. They are smoking, they are vaping, and we need to do more about it. And that's your responsibility to enact legislation here at the local level that falls in line with the rest of the communities throughout the state of California. They recognize the problem, they brought it to you, and we implore you tonight to take a serious look at it. There's 130 tobacco shops in this city. They're not all doing it legally. And I hate to say it, but they're probably doing it because they don't know. And with some regular enforcement and some funding, we could use our code enforcement team to go out there and make things better for our youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Well, I know we're going to have a lot of discussion, so make sure you're using your lights. Do we need Mr. Jabalisco to come back up? Anybody have questions for him? Okay. All right, we'll start off with Councilmember Danuka.
Well, I'm a doctor. My wife is a cancer doctor. She runs a campaign every year about anti-smoking campaign, especially for youth. You may have seen Lips Are for Smooching, Not for Smoking. And that's we have been doing for 20 years. So she's big on this. It's a really bad thing. I'm all for individual liberty for adults to do whatever they want as long as they're not harming others. But it's absolutely criminal to sell it, provide it to the children or entice them. And this flavored tobacco is a huge problem, including the vapes. Vapes have been one of the worst criminal conspiracy, in my opinion. It's a criminal conspiracy in last 20 years or so, selling them as a way to quit smoking. That is the worst lie you can tell in last 25 years, in my opinion. So, in my opinion, we should take the strongest position of an ordinance to protect our children. Adults, what they do is up to them, which I would recommend that we take the farthest distance we can use in our ordinance from a a youth facility, school or park, so the longest distance we can use, we should use that. We should use the amount and that, the question, how much the license should cost and how much, who all should be included, that I'm a little bit, I would look for directions for that. And the reason I am saying that is because it seems like the biggest problem are vape shops and smoke shops. And I do not know if anyone from smoke shop or vape shop is in the audience here and who would like to present their side. If I could, I would suggest that we should absolutely cancel those licensees right away if they have been found to in some way or other hiding these illegal products or selling it to children, and they should never be allowed to open a smoke shop in the city. And maybe we should look at that option also, whatever the toughest thing we can adopt. So longest distance from the children facility, I absolutely want that. If it's 1 mile, let it be 1 mile. I'm not saying it will be, but I'm just saying 1,000 feet is absolutely the minimum. But in terms of smoke shop and vape shop, we should take the toughest position on that. Now, in terms of the other stores which sell many other things and are abiding by law, as well as they have the proper protections in place, and it seems like inspections have not revealed any major problems with them. We need to figure out how do we, because I don't think we should be punishing everyone for that. And though we should be really coming hard on, we should set an example for the vape shop and smoke shop. The other licensees, maybe we can have a different tier structure, that those who exclusively sell these smoke products will have the highest tier of licensing fees. Those who sell other things also, including gas and convenience, maybe they will have a different tier. That's a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Was that it? Member Lata?
Yeah, I think we need the toughest enforcement for vape in the smoke shops. I mean, the data is really clear with what we're hearing today that they're out of compliance. And that's definitely an area. So this has been worked on for the past 2 or 3 years with the council, so with people before my time, or no? Or
For last 1 year. Yeah, 6 months or 1 year.
Started last November.
Last
Yeah.
year? Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
6 months.
Yeah, then we came back for some direction, and then we've been working on it, and then item 12, last meeting, had us bring it back.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. It was before my time. Could we remind what the direction was, what the council gave at that time a year ago, which is why we're coming back today, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to do it or?
Yep.
So, I mean, what you're hearing is sort of the discussion that we had, in that there's the first presentation from the youth groups was that there's a major problem with tobacco. And so we said, well, there are some shoulder tap things that were happening, so let's see what the enforcement bears out. We did that. They basically said that a majority, if not all, of the infractions were happening actually at vape shops. And so, and then also they gave us the information about, what you could do as far as fines and the proximity, all the options that have been laid out. And the council decided that it would be best to focus on the vape shops since they're actually breaking the law. They are popping up everywhere. It's very easy for them to close down shop, get a new license like they were talking about, and then goes to, start all over again because they're not losing anything. They don't own the land. They don't own the buildings. And so they seem to be the trouble. And so we asked them to come back with specific ordinance, fines, and regulation around these very bad actors with the intent of, hopefully regulating that into better behavior if we can as a first step. If that doesn't work, we could always take more steps or whatnot. But as a first step, it was presented. They did the research. We had the findings. And then we asked them to come back with that. So I wasn't here when you asked it to come back. I would have explained that then. So, I mean, and similarly to what they're saying, they want to spread the cost out to the good actors, but that's the option you have is.
Anything to add, Mr. Tippin?
Yeah, no, I think that was accurate. The only thing I would add is really, when you're talking about an ordinance, you're probably talking two separate ordinances. One really would be the licensure, and one would be zoning. So the licensure is a lot easier to get through. That's more specific, with the exception of if you go vape only, it's a little more difficult because you're going to be specifically defining what a vape shop is, and that could be a moving target that we could be chasing for a while. The zoning would be a little more difficult, have to go through planning commission, and so that's just a longer process.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, sir.
Do we have the ability to, say, charge less money for retail for a license and more money for smoke and vape, as far as separating those charges that we charge?
I would have to ask the city attorney, and my guess is that would probably require some research, because you can only charge for the specific work that we do, and if we're doing different work, then we might be able to organize it that way, but I think that's a question that would probably need some additional research.
Yes, it's likely to need some additional research, and of course, there's also the concerns about treating one differently than another.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I think that what you just said was the concern before, is that it felt a little like staff legally was going to have a difficult time discerning how the licensure was spelled out, so that you, which we saw in adult business when we were like, this is adult entertainment business, and this is adult business. I don't remember what the left. But they essentially felt like the same sort of thing. And what we saw there is that it's very easy for someone to change what the percentage is of their makeup of their shop so that they fit into a category that doesn't say that they're not allowed to be here in this zoning. And so my point in asking staff to bring it back was essentially that I would like to create a licensure and some sort of zoning regulations that are similar to what the rest of us have said and what's been said tonight, limiting the number of TRLs moving forward, some sort of distance requirement from parks or schools, youth, and something that was covered inspection, education, and enforcement. However, I would like to know from staff how viable they feel like it is to put smoke shops in a box, because that feels like a difficult requirement legally to categorize the things they're selling. Because it sounds like, from what the gentleman was saying from the state, is that they're selling a whole bunch of stuff. So if we're only saying it in regards to they're selling X amount of tobacco, that's my concern. Is how do we
that's
rate
what
that?
we've been trying to identify. And it's also, if it's a preponderance of what they sell as these products, then they add T-shirts, in an abundance that, it's hard to define that. So we've been trying to work to find other cities who have focused it that way. It's been a bit difficult. And then the other element is that the council could consider is, just banning specific products as well. So other cities have, decided to ban various electronic smoking devices and that sort of thing. And so that would be a different focus that you could do that clearly would hurt the smoke or vape shops more specifically. But again, that's something that, would not necessarily change all the zoning requirements that you're talking about. So there's a lot of option that the council has in moving forward with this.
Chief Barner, could you make your way up to the podium? Just for the new people that we do have, this TRL requests, a code enforcement or a police officer to be doing it, and we have a full-time officer investigating tobacco. I know it hadn't been going that long, Chief, but could you give us a little bit of a rundown of what's been happening?
There it goes.
Absolutely. So we did get the recent grant, which it actually goes until June of 2028. So we do have one of our school resource officers that's assigned to that, our school resource officer that's assigned to Enterprise High School, Chad Manley. So he is he's getting the education on tobacco enforcement inspections. It's been a learning curve. It's something different that we have not done as a police department, to go in and actually do retail inspections. So he is attending the training tomorrow in Chico from the gentleman that spoke of the inspections that were done in the last 2 days. So that'll be very beneficial for our officers to learn what they're looking for, because as he talked about, they know what they're doing. And like anybody doing illegal activity, they're smart, and they know how to get around being identified and the things that they're doing illegally to be found. So that'll be a beneficial training for our officer to go to and learn from. So the grant up to this point has been mainly targeting the shoulder taps and undercover buy operations up to this point. And then after the training tomorrow, we will be getting into doing more of the inspections. And shout out to Deborah and over at HHSA. She's been a great liaison to our police department, and I think that we'll be a good team going out there and be able to do these inspections.
How often are we doing them?
Well, up to this point, like I said, until we have the training, we've just been going in mainly looking for illegal activity. So as far as identifying what is illegal and what they can possess as far as vape materials, and that's just something that our officers they don't know until they get the training, just like any other training to go in to do that.
Okay, Mike?
On the shoulder taps, are you targeting smoke and vape shops only, or are you hitting retail as well?
All of them,
And-
yes. So in December of 2024, we did 79. And in January of 2025, we visited 16 different facilities with shoulder taps and undercover buy operations with no sales. So it was 100% compliance on those.
100% compliance with retail?
Correct. Retail and vape shops, yes. All of them that we had. We didn't have any violations. As you know from the council members from prior, we were very successful when we started. They've gotten very smart, and they are not selling to minors. We are not seeing that. So now is the time to transfer into more of the inspection phase with our officer.
So compliance was 100% in just January, or December and January?
December and January, yes. Both.
100%.
100%.
Just not this weekend.
Anybody have any other questions for the chief?
So what do you suggest? Do you have an opinion on if this is something that code enforcement should be doing, or is it something that the Reading Police should be doing as far as when we're looking at enforcement? Should we be having it? These are two options that they gave us if we go this route. Do you have an opinion on that? Is this something that officers should be at, or code enforcement?
It's criminal behavior, and you never know what you're going to find when you're going into a business, a home. So my preference as a police chief is to have a police officer there, because of officer safety and the safety of the people that are going in doing the inspections. I believe the benefit of the police department is that you also get all the resources of the police department when you go in and do these major operations. If it becomes a large-scale investigation, our investigations division can work with that, the officer that's involved in that role, which is beneficial.
And if it's inspections, do you feel the same way?
I do. Because again, I just don't think it's safe for one individual to be going in and searching through. If you talk to Debbie and the inspections that they did the last 2 days, they're digging through, finding secret compartments and secret areas where they're hiding this stuff. And so I do believe that having a sworn police officer, not by himself, but also other officers that would be with them. I think the benefit of having your school resource officers that, we have 6 school resource officers that are constantly with the kids and talking to them, sharing that information with the police officer that would be assigned to that position and going in and doing the inspections. Not to say that code enforcement doesn't do a great job, but as a police officer and with my 28 years, I just worry about people not having sworn police officers in digging through people's stuff. We found guns prior inspections that we've done, you just never know what you're going to find.
Okay.
Mike?
Yeah, that's true.
Clarifying, were these shoulder taps only, or was it also decoys?
Both.
Both.
Yes.
Just to clarify, Chief, would you feel the same about, as you said, I mean, I understand that safety concern for smoke shop and the general, let's say, gas station, would you feel the same way? The risk will be same or different?
Like I said, it's like a traffic stop. You never know what you're going to get into.
Gotcha.
And so that's why I'm biased, because I do think of the worst, and I want staff to be safe.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, can I,
Do you
I don't have any
Oh, he's done? All right.
Thank you, sir.
questions. Can we have a discussion? It sounds like based in two things. One, it has to do with regulatory and licensure, and one has to do with zoning. Can we tackle the zoning conversation
Can we
first?
Can we talk about though what we're talking about first? Because as far as, are we going to talk about all retailers, or are we going to talk about vape shops?
Well, I think that it sounds like it's been pretty difficult for legal to define those to clearly separate those differences out.
So I don't feel like it's been difficult, because we actually haven't gotten anything back from them yet. So I think if we as.
But he just, sorry.
May I?
Go ahead. No, hold on. Go ahead, Tanissa.
These are two separate things. We have a real problem, and we have people that are not invested in actually having a legal and successful business, because they don't have much to lose. And so whether we need to define it or find another city that's doing it, I think that's worthwhile, because this is where the issue is. And so to spread the cost out to all of the retailers means you take the good actors and then you punish them on behalf of the bad actors. And when we, especially since, for all the data that was sent to us, 12% of kids are trying cigarettes at all, and only 2% actually currently use them. But when it comes to vapes, we're talking about 37% that have tried them, and almost 15% that are now using them regularly. So we clearly have a vaping issue, not a cigarette issue. And so to be punitive to retailers like a grocery store or a gas station or a convenience store that has many different SKUs, and cigarettes are one of them, that is a very different means of doing business than a vape or smoke shop, which is specializing in something totally different. And when it comes to the adult business, part of the issue with that is that this woman did not identify herself as an adult business. It wasn't that she called herself an adult business, but which type. And so I feel like clearly it needs to be defined. And so that would be, my question is, how much time do you need to figure out how you're going to be specific when it comes to vape shops and how we regulate this type of business? Because it is a newer thing, right? E-cigarettes is a newer phenomenon. They're calling themselves vape and smoke shops, so they're designating themselves differently than other stores. So they're self-identifying as something different. I would want to know how many different cities have you guys reached out to? Have you reached out to the League of Cities about who's doing that? Like, what has been the outreach to find out if other cities are doing it? And then what is the legal issue that we're running into?
Well, the legal issue is the definition, right? Because once you start carving off one sector of a business, now you have to define what is the differentiation of the characteristics of those businesses,
Yeah.
right? And one that will stick, so that they can't modify or change it to fall under the rules or to evade the rules. Currently, we have reached out to many cities and others, and we found none that I recall that have done this, right? Only done a licensure on vape products or vape shops or smoke shops. They have done the bans, I mentioned that earlier. They have done the ban of e-cigarettes so that you can't sell those at all, which is a bulk of what these shops sell. So you sort of target that business through that practice without having to define the business characteristics that are able to be enforceable. And so that's the difficulty, and, you know, that combined with some other work that the council has assigned and being down an attorney in the office has slowed the process, right, for what we've been doing. So clearly, if the council said this is your number one priority, we would be able to accelerate that effort and get it back to you in, you know, pretty short order, I would say. Whether it's a ordinance that would be effective and enforceable on an ongoing basis, that would remain to be seen based on practice.
Would it be possible to, because I think, much like what Dr. Danica has said, I think it's important to be as stringent as possible. Is it possible that you go back and look at the highest amount of cost, which is for the police officers at $13,068, location, the amount of feet, fines if they break it, revocation of license, and maybe a suspension for future from, you know, if they're involved, or I don't know how you can reach into family, or I'm not sure how that works, if it can be the spouse or something, because if they change the name, and then find out if that would be possible, and if you recommend, what we recommend is banning e-cigarettes or banning vapes would be if you can't define it. Can we have them go back and look for, like, what's the most stringent you could possibly do at the highest cost?
Well, we got some people.
That's what I suggested. We asked the staff to find out different options, the stringest possible option, but also most pragmatic, which we can enforce. So, and I'm happy to volunteer my time to work with the staff to see this through. Because I don't have anything else to do, but this is important that we must do this. So I'm happy to. I think it'll need some time, as the city manager is saying, but.
Yeah, the most common practice from cities who move in this direction is to have just a licensure program that covers all tobacco retail sales. What the council had asked us, and why the costs are so high, is that the council had asked us to make sure that they fully reimburse the city for all of the staff necessary to do this work. So as noted in the staff report, clearly the council has the opportunity to lower that fee. One suggestion I might have is that you lower the fee because we have a grant for an officer. So you could actually do something like that and lower the fee for the period of time we have the grant. Right, so then it's a lower fee across all retail, if that's what the council wanted to do. You would learn a lot about that program and how it's working and the effectiveness of that program, you know, over that period of till whatever that was, June of 28. That's a fair amount of time that you're going to get a lot of information, a lot of feedback at a much reduced cost.
So I think, again.
I would really like to see us to make it something very strict on the vape and smoke shop, and see how we can achieve that without just burdening people who are selling 95% of other things and 10% of their business is tobacco.
And I don't know what that means, frankly.
It means not charging retail.
No. He said requiring burdensome and strict. What we're talking about is that they're going to follow the law.
Right, but
and then you have a zoning ordinance, which is generally about, you know, the distances, as it was mentioned. So it would be good for the council to define what that means.
Okay, so let me say, the first is zoning. We should have the distance. That should be the whatever most stringent we can come up with. Second thing about licensing. We should have the licensing for sure, but I would like to see if the enforcement cost is borne by those vape shops and smoke shops exclusively, or maybe if it's spread out in a second tier, if that's possible, for general shops, if we can.
And so you can do that. I mean, that, you know, if you are only going to license vape shops, and we find an acceptable definition of what that is, you can establish a fee on an annual basis, what that would be. So if you were to, you know, right now we're basing this on 29 vape shops that have been identified. If that number goes down to 10, that fee goes up every year. So
And that's fine with me.
Yeah, and that, so you have the ability to do that.
But I just want to make sure that we come up with a policy which is going to be legally enforceable, and we make it in a way that this vape shop and smoke shop cannot go around that.
Yeah,
That's what I want to come
yeah,
up with.
You can, Proposition 26 establishes the requirements for charging, for reimbursing the city for the cost to impose
Right.
regulation. So you can charge that. You can make those determinations. That fee could go from 13 to 25 or down to 8, depending on how many, vape shops we had.
All right.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Messer.
Has anyone made a motion?
No?
No.
Okay.
Well, we were discussing.
Do we think that staff could bring back language defining clearly defining a smoke and vape shop within the next 30 days?
We would bring something back within 30 days, yes.
I think that everyone on this council has made it very apparent that bad actors are bad actors and that good actors should not be penalized. However, I want to make sure that we are not throwing, baby out with the bathwater sort of thing, and not being able to define clearly the actual bad actors, which it feels like from staff has been difficult to define. And so that's my concern. And I don't want to keep kicking the can down because we're all refusing to say the elephant in the room, which is that's going to be really difficult to define or nearly impossible, as we have not been able to find that a city who operates in just the bad actors. There's not a city that
Well,
was
I mean,
brought
they
forward
haven't-
that says,
Yeah.
well,
They haven't had they just staffed up with there too. So I don't, again, he
Well,
just
this has
said.
been done out of my office, so.
It ha-
not
yeah,
the
it
attorney's
hasn't.
office. So we just haven't found it yet. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Let's bring the options back. Let's bring both the options back. That, how do we do this?
Well, we're happy to bring back
You're gonna have to make a
actually
motion.
an ordinance for your consideration. I mean, having done this several times in the last few years where we start with this general idea and we bring back stuff, I would recommend that you just tell us that you want an ordinance that is targeted to vape and smoke shops, and that you want it to be a fee that's charged that recovers the cost to enforce. And then, whatever additional licensure things that we would put together in said ordinance, we would happy to be, bring that back in its entirety. You can review it, you can send it back for edits. That way you're working off of a product that is ready to go and/or be modified at your direction. At the same time, I would suggest that if you make a motion, from what I'm hearing, that you would direct us to work with Shasta County and others in this arena to develop a model ordinance for zoning changes.
That's right.
And then if that ordinance was then, acceptable to the city council, that would go back for formation, go to the planning commission and go through that process. One of your most powerful tools is your zoning ordinance. By limiting densities, by limiting distances or having increased distances between shops or parks and schools. It's a very powerful tool that the council has, and one that you used, not this council, but the council used for the cannabis retail shops in particular. Not only did you limit them a number that could be in the town, but you limited the spacing between themselves and between all the other child facilities.
can I make a motion that you I'm going to make a motion that you bring back that language that defines it as vape shops and one that's entirely tobacco retailers. Because if you bring back something and then Mr. Curtis says, this is how it goes, but this is sticky, I would like to be able to make some progress if there was another option. So I would like both of those options brought back to council.
I've got one question. I'm curious consensus of the council we want strict enforcement. We realize vape and smoke shops is shops most out of compliance. How about the concept of we possibly just stop banning, or we ban the sales of vape, or we no longer allow any more vape stores to open in the future?
My only concern with that is, can't you order this on the internet now? So that's a thing. thing. So I don't know how successful.
It would be harder for children to buy that on the internet.
Children are.
And that's what we're concerned about is the safety of the children.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm not opposed to that, but I think they know how to get around those things. So I don't think you can stop that completely.
I would support
That's an
not
option.
allowing any other stores to open up in the future for vape and just capping it at what we have. And as they
Yeah,
should.
I would prefer to close them down if need be.
Yeah, I would.
Why increase the value of those businesses by limiting the competition?
Oh.
In fact, close them down. That's a better option.
Yeah, like, or banning the
Yeah.
vapes or banning
Right.
e-cigarettes. I would be
Right.
more inclined to do that as a second option than to ever charge businesses that are investing $25,000. So it's not a store clerk that's making that decision. They're swiping something, they're
Right.
using software.
I mean, there could be something for them as a separate tier if that's possible legally, just to see that because sometimes they may need some education also.
So would there be any support to ban vape sales from the council?
Yeah, I think that if we can't get the ordinance, I would be
Yeah.
inclined to go that direction.
If we can do anything else, I'm inclined to do that, but my preference is if we can really.
Well, we have a first, we have a second. I'll second.
No, I'm not, I will, that, she'd have to amend her motion
To what?
to not, as a second option, paying
No.
for all retail. Okay, well, I'll make a motion to, have you come back with a licensing fee and language, to, have I don't know what the name of it is, the licensing for
It's a licensing
smoke and
ordinance.
vape shops with a clearly defined what constitutes a smoke and vape shop, aligned with what we've been targeted, what keeps getting the, infractions. And then do I need to make a different one for the zoning? Or
No,
could I
they can
add
be the
that?
same.
And then I would add to that to come back with a zoning ordinance on density, on proximity to,
Yeah, could I modify that
yeah.
to just be elements of an ordinance, not the actual ordinance
yes,
itself?
elements of an ordinance dealing with how close it is to schools and parks or schools?
Anywhere where youth are.
And
Yeah,
anywhere they-
typically they're state defined.
Yeah.
Yeah, so youth
Youth-oriented
facilities.
facilities is usually the term we use.
That, and the density, you want density too? Or just how close together they are?
I think let them come up with the
Yeah, if I
different
may,
points.
there's a lot of ideas in the
Yeah.
audience and others, so we,
Yeah.
as far as a zoning ordinance, we
They'll-
would, exhaust all of the options that the council could have and bring
Oh,
back
okay,
what the
great.
community
No,
recommends as a zoning ordinance, and that would be in partner with the licensure ordinance.
Okay, that's my motion.
Where are we different on the two motions?
She
So-
wants to charge all retailers if they can't clearly define what a vape shop is.
No, I would like both options to come back so
Yes.
that
Yeah,
if there are
I
any
don't want-
questions in regards to the first one, that we can take action on the second one immediately rather than coming to the conclusion that we may come to and then having to send staff back for that. I would like both options to come back to us.
I'll add
And
to
that way we have
Would
that
that-
as well.
I'll add to my motion that if the licensing, or we can't find a definition for the vape shop, that we would then entertain banning vapes or e-cigarettes in Reading
Yeah,
as the alternative.
my concern with your motion is, does it lock us in a box? Which means if they come back and say we can't separate it, now the only ordinance we get to vote on is all retail. Is that what you're asking for?
No.
Yeah.
No.
May I suggest let the city manager's office come up with 2 or 3 options, and in the order of recommendation, that first, second, third.
There you go.
That's,
I will go for that.
So
And I-
banning
Yeah.
e-cigarettes?
So and this is really just direction, so we don't have to have a motion. A motion could be beneficial if there's a significant difference amongst some of the council, but if we're gonna go to something of that nature, a consensus would be fine. It's really up to you.
All right.
Sounds
Yeah,
like we
just
have.
come up
we
with
have
3
a
options and then we'll,
ideas.
give us 3 options and your recommendation, what's most stringent, that's what we want to see. Second, most legally enforceable. And third, practical.
Well,
And
that's-
am I correct in assuming that the council would prefer to have, if we're able to pull it off, a specific ordinance to vape and smoke shops that you could act on at that meeting?
Right,
Yes.
And
That's
then, and then other options that could exist?
the other 2 options then.
Including also banning sale of vape.
Right.
We want to
Yeah,
hear
that
that.
would be sort of all options on the table.
And zoning should be a separate one, that should happen anyway.
Zoning, what we probably would do is separate those
Right.
staff reports so they
Right.
don't get overly blended.
Yes.
And then the zoning would be taken up as a second one, saying, yes, we like all those things from a zoning perspective, and then that would go back. Zoning ordinance would be drafted, put through its paces, planning commission, and
well,
back to council.
I'd like a clarification because I wouldn't do any zoning to restrict tobacco sales. Because that's Holiday Grocery Store, that's a new gas station that's popping up, that's a new convenience store over here, that's the AM PM that they're trying to build. All of a sudden, they can no longer build where they're planning to build. Like that has a lot of consequences if we try to do zoning for all tobacco retail. So I want to make sure if we're talking about zoning, it would be just if we are going to zone for vape shops and smoke shops, we are going to change our ordinance to affect density, how close it is to school, but not where gas stations are or convenience stores or grocery stores.
Let the city staff come up with the recommendation for that. The reason I'm saying.
I'm just
No,
telling you.
I understand what your point. You absolutely have a very well taken perspective on that. But I think that let them make a recommendation about that.
I don't understand what
I
that
would
means.
agree.
I don't want to go in the direction that we would ever do that. So that's not an option. I'm not requesting that zoning, but zoning for smoke shops and vape shops for sure.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting that there's a lot of cities that have done zoning, and so we have a lot of opportunity to review those zonings and see how they were impactful on business and that sort of stuff. And so we can bring all that information forward.
Yeah, I personally
You're-
don't want to see it for
You're absolutely
retail
right.
tobacco.
You're
Yeah,
absolutely right.
And of
but
course,
let them.
this is just a framework of
Well-
thoughts that could go into a zoning ordinance, and you would say, yes, we like that, when you don't like that, and it would.
Well, I'm just telling you, I would never vote for that. So if any of you, two of you say you would not vote to restrict tobacco sales at grocery stores or
That's not-
gas stations or whatever, then we don't want it to come back saying, do an ordinance for all tobacco sales.
I understand you. I agree with you.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with you
That's
also.
three. So don't
Just we
come
want to see
back
the
with
different
that.
options.
Well,
my gosh.
so respectfully, what I'm going to bring back is what has been model ordinance and what, the impacts are, and have you determine what those are at that point when you have, all the clear facts and information in front of you.
We can pick and choose the ones we want and then make it.
Yeah, and
another
other cities, for instance, may have done a very good job of determining, how to segregate those out. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you can move forward with something like that actually works. I just would suggest that you would want all of the information so that you can make the best decision.
Please.
Well, that assumes that we want you to go in that direction. So I'm confused. If
It
we're saying we
it
don't.
just
It
assumes
sounded
that you
like
want
there-
all of the information and the best practices that have been, are out there.
For vape shops,
For-
but not for tobacco, for
For
just selling.
both.
Well,
For both.
the consensus is we don't want to go the
Maybe you
direction
should
of
ask
banning.
everybody else what their consensus was,
I-
because it doesn't
just-
sound like that Mr. Munns or Mr. Lataw have been able to speak very much at all.
He just said,
So,
literally, that's what he said. He said he supports.
What I
Good.
supported was, as far as retail, not putting a restriction on, like a new holiday market store that opens up that now can't sell it. So as far as that kind of jurisdiction and that.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is there's been a lot of work in this area. And so I'm just suggesting that you may not want to just limit your options. You may want to see what other communities have been successful in doing before limiting what you see and what we develop for you.
But we can absolutely pick and choose what we want.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, and then
That
make-
is always your prerogative, but I'm just
So I just wanna
suggesting you might want to see that
You-
information.
So I just want to make
he
sure.
has three who just nodded and said, yes, bring us options.
I want to be really clear for those of you that have gas stations and grocery stores and convenience stores. What they're saying is you're going to bring back something that could possibly restrict where you can do business and
Absolutely.
if you can do business
not what
and
I'm
where a
saying.
new
That's
and where a
not,
new
that's
That
not
is
yes.
not what I'm
all.
saying.
You are
That is not
twisting
what I'm saying.
everyone's words.
What I'm
Whose
saying.
words did I twist?
Exactly what I'm saying is that there's been a lot of work in this area, and we are happy to go find that information, find what the impacts have been, to contact those cities, see how it's been done, and bring that information back for you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're clear, and you can tell me where I'm wrong so that if I don't understand it correctly. There are two different directions we can go. We can go with targeting vape shops and smoke shops and in that whole line of targeting, we are going to go over zoning and the density and where they can show up. The other option is to also target cigarettes, so tobacco and cigarettes. And if you target tobacco and cigarettes and you target the zoning, then where they can do, how close they can be to schools. So if a new gas station opened up off Shasta View, where we have a new school being developed, that would be, they could not sell cigarettes there. So if there's a new, grocery store that wants to go on Airport Road, because of the, whatever, they would not be able to sell cigarettes. So if we zone this new density stuff for 1,000 feet or that density, which we were saying we wanted to target towards smoke shops, if you bring back all that information, and that includes now just sale of tobacco, that affects everybody and where you can now build in the city and what you can build and if you put a new gas station there and if they can sell cigarettes at that new gas station in those other areas. So you're gonna bring back both options to where if you want to reduce zoning, is that what I'm understanding? And then we get to decide if we.
I think you're moving to specificity. What I'm saying is that there is opportunities that cities have found a way to grandfather in and plus allow some additional development based on certain criteria that the council approves, and maybe there's permitting that's gone. I'm just suggesting that there may have been people that have come up with good ideas that you may want to see. Now, if you, as a body, say, I don't want to see any of those good ideas, and you only want to see smoke shops, that's fine. That's what we'll bring. I'm just suggesting you might want to see all of the available information.
Right, okay, so what I'm saying, I am understanding this correctly.
you
We
are.
are now including gas stations and convenience stores and if there's new development and growth in a part of the thing, there's gonna be added bureaucracy, added regulation, added things if they wanna sell cigarettes there. Not e-cigarettes,
know.
just cigarettes.
I don't know.
So let me just address, Janessa, what you're trying to do is balance the future development
Yeah.
versus the need for our limitations on the tobacco shop.
Right.
I am fully with you. I'm very cognizant of that we need to find the right balance. And everybody is agreeing with you also, I understand. And we just want to see what the options are. But I can tell you that I'm pretty cognizant of that we do not want to stifle the development in the future just because of one thing. So my suggestion is that let them bring the options and we will be very careful not to stifle the future developments.
My recommend, can we just bring it back, all the information as next 30 days as an information item, so we don't have to worry about voting, we can kind of pick and choose?
She wants to make
I don't want to
a
kick the
decision.
can down the road like she was talking about,
She
but
doesn't wanna
Well, so
wait.
let's just separate this again. One is we're bringing back the ordinance for licensure.
Yep.
You've given some good direction on that. The other is elements on zoning ordinance and what's out there, both model ordinances that you've already seen have been sent to you, but there's a lot of cities that have tackled this and have the very issues that you're talking about. They have cities that have existing businesses and future businesses that have tobacco sales, and they've tackled it. And I'm just suggesting that that would be a different discussion outside of the licensure program that you've talked about. That, may or may not come back at that exact same time, because maybe we'll find that there's more work that we need to do in fleshing out those opportunities and different options. But again, if the council doesn't want to see any of that information, that's your prerogative.
We want to see that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've been up
He
here
had
for all,
three.
I've just
The
been up here
only
for
thing
all
he
four of
needs-
these debates, and every single time we have this debate, what it comes down to is, are we gonna regulate vape shops, or are we gonna regulate all of tobacco? And each time, the last 3 times, we've narrowed it down to tobacco, and now again, we did it again, now we're going back out to the whole thing again. So it's just, we've litigated this, this is the 4th time we've litigated this, we've isolated the issue, and now we're going back to, we're putting
This is-
tobacco back on the
This
table.
is the first time this council really has, just as a point of order. And then the other element is that, we also focus heavily on existing. It could be that after all the information and you've had the opportunity to talk to others in the community and you have a desire to limit the amount of new tobacco shops that are allowed. Maybe a gas station can be successful without the sale of cigarettes, and you want to limit some density of new development only. So those are just options that may be out there for you to consider.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the information today, so this is great. For me, I'm new on the council. You've had the luxury of hearing this last cycle, so hearing all the options coming back, I'm glad we can work a little slower, methodical, and make good, careful decisions. And for me, as far as, we're going to get a chance to vote in the future, and we'll get a chance to debate. But for us, it's going to give us a chance to be truly informed and make really the best decision that we feel is good for the community and our own conscience. And I'm anxious to hear the information. Thank you.
So the last request I would make is, just for the council to affirm, this is up there as one of your very top priorities for us to work on.
29 days now. We're almost past midnight, so.
You provide a lot of direction. There's a lot of work that's going on. I just want to make sure that as we make choices, this is one of
In
the
the
top
next
priorities.
90, can we say in the next 90?
Well, I
We
have
have
no
budgets
problem.
and
I
all of
just,
those
as
things.
we're working on other things like rodeo leases and purchase and sale agreements and negotiations with the county on sale of land and those types of things.
I would say that we trust you. You will use your best judgment in prioritizing the priorities.
Is there a lot of information out there that we haven't received? Is that what you're saying?
We have not, we've been focused on the last direction, which Councilmember Audette is correct. It's different.
No, I
And
remember.
so there's some additional work that needs to be done, particularly on the zoning side. I'm not that concerned about the licensure element. That one's relatively straightforward. It's the zoning one that we need to do some digging on.
Use your judgment and just bring us what you can when you can, as soon as you
All right,
can.
let's put this to bed.
And let's get rodeo done before this, so.
All right.
Can I just say one thing about this? One quick thing, one line. We haven't heard from the tobacco and vape shop. If anyone wants to talk, no, seriously. I mean,
Not today, they can come.
No, I know, but I'm just, no, we're not,
gonna give
I'm not
them a
inviting
chance,
them.
don't worry.
I'm just saying that if any one of you in the audience are listening, and if you want to reach out to me personally, I would like to hear from your side also.
All right. Thank you for that. All right, we're moving on to 9.2B.
Nice.
Oral presentation regarding City of Reading Housing Division programs. Ms. Nicole.
Where's everyone going?
Yeah, where are you guys going?
Run for your life.
Hey. Was it something we said? Do a DoorDash right now.
Eric, could you?
Yep. No, he's in charge.
Well, who's in charge? You. Take over, I'm going to the bathroom.
Do I have to change sheets? No. All right.
Go ahead, you
He's
can
there.
start.
Yeah, so
He
we're gonna
left-
give a
He left Vice
presentation
Mayor
here, so-
Lataw for his first time ever in charge. So
Hey.
please continue.
Where are you going? Where are you going? You can't leave.
They're both going to the restroom. They're both going to the restroom.
The restroom's back.
He's new here. Please continue.
I think we
begin
can
your
continue with the
presentation.
report. Some of this is duplicate from last night, so I don't think those two are going to miss much. So
Ms. Smith,
let's
please
hear the
continue.
report. So yeah.
A few technical difficulties, but we can get moving. Good evening, council. We're going to do a quick overview of the Housing Division programs, projects, and activities. So the Housing Division structure, the Housing Division is a division of the City Manager's Office, and our jurisdiction is the city limits of the City of Reading. And as you know, we had a Housing Authority meeting last night, and the Board of Commissioners oversees the Housing Authority, and City Council makes decisions with regard to housing community development and our homeless services unit side of things. The Housing Division's mission is to improve and expand the city's housing stock and address the needs of our low-income residents, and to stimulate the physical and economic revitalization of the city's neighborhoods in concert with public, private, and nonprofit organizations. And we really connect all of the work that we do to the City Council priorities and the City Manager's goals of government of the 21st century, economic development, and public safety. Now, a lot of this information you did receive last night, and one clarification I did want to make, though, I went and, so we had 64 people on our waiting list. I did get into the waiting list today, and I just wanted to see for myself how many residents were actually on that waiting list. And it was about 2,100 applicants were City of Reading residents or work within the City of Reading. And of course, we have a number of participating landlords, and we have over $1 million a month in rental assistance payments. And we have our voucher allocations listed there, as well as, once again, all of our project-based voucher locations.
There's 288 participating landlords, but there's quite a lot more vouchers. So does that mean that all those vouchers aren't being used here?
No, there are, a landlord could have multiple, like a lot of the property management firms have multiple folks on their, voucher holders on their payments for their rent.
Is the city in need of more landlords to participate?
It's always, it is always good to try to have more landlords participate in the program.
Do we outreach on that?
We haven't recently, but we have in the past. And right now, we're basically fully leased. So we probably don't need any more participation. But typically what will happen is in the rental market, if there's a high vacancy rate, we typically will have more landlords come and talk to us about getting clients on their rental listings. And but when we are in a situation where there's not a lot of vacancies in the market, then landlords tend to want to have private tenants versus somebody that's on the Section 8 program.
Thanks.
So, okay. And just the housing community development side of things. On the left side here, we just talk about kind of what we touched on before, the types of things that we do with community development. Economic development, neighborhood stabilization. We try to help with infrastructure for housing projects, code enforcement, public service and public facility development and rehab. And on the right-hand side here, we have some of our neighborhood stabilization programs. And we have, on the listing here, we have our minor repair program for seniors, which is sometimes just called the Senior Repair Program. And that is a grant program that we can assist seniors over the age of 62 with minor home repairs, $500 grant. They have the ability to have 3 grants in their lifetime for a total of $1,500. And the emergency repair program, these kind of just step up. You have the emergency repair program for homeowners in the community that are income eligible, as well as owner-occupied rehab. They both will provide the ability for low-interest loans to help folks rehab their homes. And it's typically a silent second on their home. So they don't have to make payments on it. But when they perhaps sell their home, then the requirement is for the money to be paid back. We also have a home buyer program that assists individuals and families to be able to purchase their home, first home. And right now, the policy is it's up to $100,000 of assistance with a sales price of a home at or below $374,000. Sorry, we also have our multifamily project development loans. This is an owner-occupied rehab. This is just a before and after recent rehab that we helped a homeowner with. And it's hard to see, they did a nice job on updating it from the outside perspective, but what you don't see is on the inside of this home, this gentleman was in a wheelchair and they did a lot of accessibility repairs and rehab for him. After they went through, he was able to actually utilize his bathroom, his kitchen, and he was able to have wheelchair accessibility to his back patio. And they fixed a lot of electrical issues. They put a new roof on there. And this is really for neighborhood stabilization and to be able to help income eligible homeowners update their homes and keep their neighborhoods looking nice. This is a great program. And here we just have a couple of our multifamily new construction projects, of course, that we've been involved in, El Tourist Crossing and California Place Apartments. Now we're on to our homeless services unit, and this just gives a kind of a brief history and summary of where we've been over the last few years with regard to our homelessness services unit and how we've been involved in the community. So in June 2021, we had the shelter crisis declared by City Council. And shortly thereafter, we received some PLHA funding that we allocated to interim emergency shelter beds. In December 2021, we received and allocated out our encampment funding, the 2L funding, to street outreach and interim shelter beds. In October of 2022, Partnership Health Plan allocated housing and homelessness incentive program funds to the city of Reading. May 2023, we received ARPA funds from Shasta County. They helped fund the Mark Street micro shelter site that is operated by United Way. In September 2023, Reading became the administrative entity for the NorCal Continuum of Care. And in October of that year, we received Emergency Solutions grant funding to also help support the United Way microshelter site. In that same month, we also received an allocated encampment resolution funding 3L funds to help street outreach, emergency shelter, and our day resource center. Essentially with homeless services, what we're really trying to do is we don't have direct connection with homeless persons or unsheltered persons unless they come into our department and need assistance in signing up for Section 8 or they need help with fair housing, or they need referrals to other public services within the community. Really, what we've been doing is trying to assist and help other nonprofits in the community either gain funding or get funding for the things that they do as far as like street outreach or case management. Maybe they need funding for case management and helping homeless individuals to get connected to housing with the housing navigation services. So what we're really trying to do is facilitate and obtain grants to help all of these other public service agencies within the community so they can do what they need to do to assist the homeless population. And this harkens back basically to December when we had that shelter report that we needed to send to the state. And this, at the end of that letter, there was about $5.7 million in funding that we had indicated where we had spent some of the funding. And we just wanted to do maybe a better job of bringing this back to you so you could see where the money actually did go and maybe give you some indication as to the performance of those particular projects. And I went over most over here on this homeless funding services summary. PLHA is the, I believe I already indicated what funding source that is. It comes from the state, and this is a situation where it's kind of an entitlement from the state. It is funded with a $75 real estate fee. And typically what they'll do is kind of just what we talked about last night at the Housing Authority meeting. They have you do a 5-year plan, and then each year you indicate what you would like to spend your money on, and then you do a request for funding from the state, and then they provide the funding to you. The next 5-year for the PLHA funding, I believe we'll be delving into that in about the next 6 months. ALF is actually a local funding source that we have. It's the Affordable Housing Loan Fund, and those funds actually came from mitigation for the Lowe's parcel was originally, before they built Lowe's, it was originally zoned as multifamily, and so as mitigation for changing it to commercial so they could build the Lowe's facility, they paid $1 million in housing mitigation funds. ARPA, of course, you know, we've discussed ESG and encampment funds and the HIP money. And so this is just a general overview. We have, on the next few slides, we delve down into it a little bit deeper so you can see exactly where the money has gone. And I tried to, on these next few slides, I went kind of like to the biggest project and kind of worked our way down from there. So, of course, we have the Day Resource Center, which was allocated $3 million in encampment resolution funding. Things are rolling along on that. They have the location, they have their plans done. I think they're in the third round of plan checks. They're getting it all together, and as I believe they should be starting construction of the rehab just in the next few months, maybe closer to summer. As far as street outreach, we have funded CERT team, Shasta Community Health Center, and Hill Country. Here we have, various metrics on how this is going as far as the outcomes. CERT team has been in contact with over 1,200 homeless folks, and sometimes those are duplicate contacts, because typically when you're out and you're doing street outreach, sometimes you really need to contact someone over and over and over again to get them to move along and hopefully get them connected with case management services. There's a metrics for Shasta Community Health and Hill Country. They've served 69 people, sent 5 people into permanent housing. And at the bottom here, we're talking about interim shelter beds, which are emergency beds that basically were funded through motels. And so we have some metrics there for you to digest. Here's our 3 micro shelter locations. St. James Lutheran Church, which is Goodwater Crossing. That's located over off of Shasta View Drive. They have 4 micro shelters, and presently there are 3 individuals living in those shelters. Of course, Vaded Street Village, I think everybody was probably there at the ribbon cutting, and real great little site, nice and clean. 17 micro shelters, and they're working their way to getting individuals into those houses. I believe they just are having to get some insurance straightened out on that. Prior to being able to have folks move in. And of course, United Way of Northern California has been in operation for quite some time, and they've served 24 people. 8 are presently active, with 16 folks exiting, some to permanent housing, 9 to permanent housing, 5 to temporary housing, and 2 return to homelessness. Also, we have money that will be, we're currently, Gnu's Rescue Mission is extremely busy, and they are working on getting their rehab of their intake building, their roofing completed, and some restroom upgrades at the shelter location. We also will be back to City Council probably within the next month or two to see if we can get a loan approved for a rental unit planned on the shelter parcel for a caretaker. Plans and permits are in process, and they will be bidding out for utilities and grading soon.
Was the 500,000 because we had them do a temporary day center? They opened it early and they did the roof and the restrooms for the temporary day center?
No,
Was
that's
that what that
that's
was?
in addition to that.
Where is that in then?
It's coming. It's in the next slide. The 500,000 was actually to help rehab
The building
the
that they're
shelter
gonna have.
and the intake center and upgrade their bathrooms. That was
In their current facility?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so that's what that.
Yeah. And then, so we have encampment. Gnu's Rescue Mission also is providing some encampment case management for us. They're going into the into various areas and helping people that are homeless. It really is connected to Linden Canyon and also probably Clear Creek. I believe they're going down to Clear Creek as well.
I went to Clear Creek with them, which is beautiful if you guys want to go there. It's like a really pretty beach. No, I'm not being sarcastic. It's actually beautiful. But you can go there and feed people.
And the Temporary Day Resource Center, that's where we had the $150,000 to help them with the Temporary Day Resource Center. And they also, Good News Rescue Mission also completed a sober living home. This is just a snapshot of the NorCal Continuum of Care. Of course, if you do not know, it is the 7-county continuum. The city agreed to participate as an interim administrative entity ending in September 2025. The executive board is voting on March 20th to see if they can find a long-term administrative entity. They'll be putting out an RFP. As we understand it, there are a few nonprofits that are interested in becoming the administrative entity for the NorCal COC. And down at the bottom here, we just did a number of years for the PIC count. And I just want you to understand that the 2025 numbers that we have here are draft numbers. The true numbers won't be available until June. And part of the reasoning is HUD has an extrapolation tool that they provide to Continuum of Cares, but that's not available yet. At some point, it is just a way for them to clean their data and then provide correct data for the PIC count.
Were we able to utilize the United Way with PIC count this year with their
Yeah,
HMI
United Way
system?
is absolutely involved with this, and they're working directly with HUD.
Was it helpful with the HMS? Was it working better to be able to, yeah.
And this is just some interesting data I kind of threw together. There you have the 2025 PIT sheltered and unsheltered count, and we have the total number of emergency shelter beds I have listed here. These are 2024 numbers. Because we really didn't have the ability to get that information at this point. Just the total rental units from the census data in the city of Reading is 17,939 with a vacancy rate of almost 3%. So that tells you we have about 520 available rental units in the community. And then here we have affordable units in the city of Reading. These are units that we have long-term covenants on that our department has been involved in, whether they're tax credit units or home-funded units. We also we put in here the total number of housing choice voucher units within the city of Reading, which includes project-based voucher units. There may be some of these units may overlay each other here, but it looks like we have about 19% of the total rental units in the community are affordable. And this is just our forward progress, where we're going to be heading in the future. We want to really be proactive to the opportunities and challenges of today's residents and our workforce. We want to seek out community partnerships and improve and expand income qualified housing stock in our community. We'd like to facilitate and become a catalyst for economic development and community investment. We're always on the look for new grant sources. And as far as our department, we really are open to different possibilities. And as far as community development, we're really open just to be able to get involved in different types of economic development within the community or just really get involved with our other community partners. And we really want to improve citizens' security and safety within our community. And just keep out an eye for these current and future projects that you'll be seeing here probably within a lot of connection with in the next 6 months. The Peak Subdivision, Linden Canyon Development. We have a Leland Grange subdivision that we're planning, FaithWorks Parkview infill project, which is right across the street here. And we will be updating our housing policies and providing those to City Council likely by June 2025. These are just some of our partners that we have. And I just want to give a special thank you to City Council and City Manager's Office for being supportive of housing. And I won't go through all the names, but these are all the names of our housing employees that are very important to our mission, and they're a great bunch of people, and we get a lot done and for the community. And I just want to put a big shout out and thank you to our employees. So this concludes the presentations. Do you have any questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Could you go back to a couple of slides when you were showing the emergency shelter nights? So go back. No. Before that.
Right here?
Before that.
Oh, the picture?
No, there was a cost allocated to emergency shelters. Go back to that. Go back further. Yes.
Right here?
So this is interim shelter beds, $1.9 million. And you're talking about 1,392 room nights. That calculates to almost, how much does it calculate to? Huh? $1,000+ per night.
That likely is not accurate. Really, we were paying $50 a night.
Okay. I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
So is it-
1,400.
It was $1,400 a month, yeah.
Yeah, $1,388.
It was $1,400 a month.
No, this is,
$1,400 a month.
this is nights. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, it was about $1,400 a month.
A month. Okay, so this is just a typo probably. Okay.
Yes.
That explains. The second
Good
question.
catch.
See, I was just just a slide up, further back, one more
Further back?
slide. Back, keep going back. It was, So this 5.7 million is over 3 years, 22 to 24, 3 years?
22, yeah, 22, 23, 24.
Okay, so if you have a 400 or so unsheltered people, that calculates to almost $12,000 over 3 years per unsheltered person. That's $4,000 per person per year spent. I mean,
Well, it's an interesting number. So you know how there was unsheltered and sheltered? These would be counted as sheltered because if they didn't get that hotel room, they would be on the street. So it's like 1,000, which
Okay.
would vacillate between on the street and off
Yeah,
the street.
no, I'm just wondering because I'm sure there are other grants too available for that. So if you're spending $4,000 or $5,000 per year, that's a lot of money to be spent, and we still have other grants available. So I'm just wondering that. I'm just curious to know that I'm sure there are other sources of funding which is being spent on sheltering these people, and just your amount, just the amount city is giving, calculates to almost $4,000 per year. So that's a lot of money going in, but I see the number of unsheltered is increasing for last 5 years. So there's a disconnect there.
So it's not general. This is not general fund money. It comes from grants.
No, I understand
No,
that.
you're right, though.
I understand that it comes from the grant, but ultimately it comes from our pocket. Even the state doesn't produce money. It takes money from us and then sends some back to us. So just a general statement, nothing about your department. I was just curious about these things.
Also, Shasta Community Health, their emergency shelter, sometimes their rooms, they only do like a couple nights, and it's not as good of a price. Ours were $1,400 a month. They get a night rate, and it might be higher, so some of that money could be because it's a shorter term, so the hotel rooms may be $150 or $130. But for the city, when we did it, meaning we paid directly, like the hotel, it was only $1,400 a month.
I will share some information with you. We did put out an RFP to get a provider to do motel rooms for us to go out and work with the owners of a motel. I think it was for 20 rooms, and to see if we could continue housing people in motel rooms. No one replied to our RFP, and so we have stopped doing that at this point. But since that time, we also learned from other providers in the community that Partnership Health does have a program. It's their CalAIM program. And for 6 to 9 months, they will pay for They don't call it emergency shelter. They have another name for it. But so long as they have individuals that are connected to need medical care in some way, or they're medically fragile, they connect them with this program, and they will pay for case management services, housing navigation, to the tune of about $4,000 a month per person. So they are able to house these folks in these motels. So you will be noticing, like, New Life Discovery has really expanded their program. And in part, it's due to this funding that is probably not just coming through partnership. I believe it's coming through Medicaid.
So 4,000, did I hear it correctly?
Yeah.
$4,000 per person per month.
For hotels.
Yes,
You can buy a mansion for that.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Are they taking landlords?
it is a limited time frame. It's for individuals, depending on their situation, it can be 6 months or it can be up to 9 months. But see, the problem is after that, this is a lifetime benefit for them. Once that is complete, then you have these folks that have met their lifetime limit with this program, and then what are they gonna do?
Oh, and then they're done. So they get that big amount, but then it's only for a short,
But-
and then that's it?
But see,
For
my-
like a year or forever?
So I mean, really what need to be, you would need to transition these people into transitional housing or permanent housing.
but my suspicion is that all that money is really benefiting the people who are running the programs
Correct.
and not the individuals.
Correct. Yes, it does
And
not
that's
cost
it.
$4,000 a month.
And that's a huge
So-
problem.
But
But
it's
anyway.
also just, I mean, it's also usually case management and food.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
there-
so it's the other
there-
things
There are
too?
other things that are
Yes.
included in there, not to say that there's people who are not making money doing this. That is their job that they're doing. So the $4,000 isn't just for the housing.
Oh,
There's-
okay.
There's other elements to that. There's, the reason they're in those programs is because they need help to get sober or whatever their issue is. So there's other expenses in that.
Or healthcare, is it health
Or
stuff?
healthcare, I mean,
Okay.
not necessarily all of that, but there are other things that are embedded within that cost.
Okay, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you. Nicole, you're doing an amazing job. And so
Thank
is your
you.
team. Thank
Thank
you.
Let's progress. 9.6B, oral report regarding Oregon Gulch open space.
And she's been waiting, so
You
this
got-
is our
you
project
got-
coordinator in community services.
You
Leah
got 3
Michael
minutes.
Belli. So she's thrilled to death that she picked
Just
this
kidding.
meeting to present.
Awesome. I think I'll take my time. Thanks for the intro, Barry. My name is Leah Mancabelli. I'm the project coordinator for community services under Travis. And I want to take a second just to say that this is the project that brought me to Reading. Previously, before taking this job 1 year ago today, actually, I was working for the International Mountain Biking Association, and I was consulted personally to come out and do the planning and design on the project that I'm telling you about. So I am really stoked to tell you about it. So Oregon Gulch.
4 minutes.
Oregon Gulch, the history of it is that it's been identified in our as an open space interest area since 2004 in our Parks, Trails, and Open Space Master Plan, and has been consistently identified in our general plan since then. It's a beautiful landscape, textbook rolling foothill, chaparral landscape. It was preserved in the Carr Fire, and so you can still experience shade from leaning gray pine trees and observe mature manzanita branches. It's really special. In 2016, through matching grant from the National Park Service and the National Park Service's Land and Water Conservation Fund program, the City of Reading was able to purchase private lands as well as reimburse the city's solid waste utility department for lands that it held since the 90s for a future solid waste landfill site. So this land mass was identified to be a landfill previously. And through the acquisition of this nearly 400-acre parcel, Oregon Gulch was created.
The open space was acquired in an effort to conserve the natural beauty of the land and open it to the public while providing connectivity to adjacent public lands to the north and south and existing trail systems. This map is showing you a heat map of our existing trail systems in Reading. Does this have a laser pointer on it? So this is Swayze Recreation Area, if you're familiar. The West Side Trails and the Keswick Trails and Salt Creek over here. This is one of our newer trail systems called Canyon Hollow, if you're familiar. It's bounded by Country Heights. And I forget the name of this neighborhood up here, but it is incredibly popular. It provides approximately 8 miles of new trail right out the back door of many of our community members. And that is serving as a metric of success and a model for what we want to do in Oregon Gulch open space. Prior to the acquisition, the land was heavily impacted by unsanctioned dumping and OHV use. And in a letter, a notable letter to the city in 2009, Oregon Gulch was identified as one of the leading contributors of sediment to the Sacramento River and in western Shasta County in general. And since acquiring that land, the city has worked with project partners like Western Shasta Resource Conservation District, CDFW, and Shasta Environmental Alliance to limit access to motorized vehicles and help restore that area to a more natural setting. And then in 2022, the city worked with the International Mountain Biking Association to plan and welcome our community into this newly revitalized space by developing a trails master plan for the site. This included identifying key access points for both vehicles and pedestrians entering the site from trail systems nearby and making recommendations on implementation strategies and guidance on modern trail system design, all while engaging directly with existing Reading trail users and key stakeholders, namely Shasta Environmental Alliance, Reading Trail Alliance, and former city manager Brian Crane, Bill Kuntz with the BLM, and Jim Milestone. We examined the possibilities of creating a trailhead at Kenyon Drive, Chaparral Drive, Aloe Vera Drive, and Brandstetter Lane. After weighing the pros and cons of each location, Kenyon was determined to be the most optimal site for a trailhead. Kenyon provided the easiest vehicular access from Reading. No additional land would need to be required to build an adequately sized parking lot. And then the grades and elevation relative to the floodplain and vegetation will not cause additional challenges or expenditures to create the trailhead. And then secondary trailheads could be developed as property was acquired at these other key locations along Powerline Road, potentially, Chaparral, potentially, and then Aloe Vera. Also existing on the site after motorized use was mitigated are existing fire roads that Reading Fire utilizes for demonstration and training. And excuse the way that these colors read on a map. This is how we identify roads that are unsustainable and contribute sediment to valley floors and local tributaries. This shows alongside this map, the lines with small red X's on them are the roads that we worked with fire to suggest decommissioning and restoration of to further mitigate sedimentation to Oregon Gulch alongside our trail plan. This is a preliminary trail concept plan that we brought to the community and presented during 2 in-person community engagement events and 2 virtual ones. And the summary of that feedback is that our constituents want more mountain bike optimized trail and more scenic and touring opportunities in the wake of the lack of vegetation on our trails. This is the final trail design that consists of 2 phases. And without getting too into it, you'll see multiple colors here that also relate, if you're familiar with skiing, to levels of difficulty. This also is introducing modern trail design to trails in Reading. The only other place that directional use and intended trail construction has been implemented is just to the north on Canyon Hollow trails, and we've had great feedback about doing that. Modern trail planning that appeals to specific trail use requests mitigates maintenance burden in the long term, which is a really important factor. If we're designing for what people are asking for, we know how to rebuild and mitigate impacts. So a summary of the trail design, it's 11 miles total within this approximately 400-acre parcel. 9 miles are new trail, 2 miles of that are improved fire roads, 8 miles are traditional shared use trail, and 3 miles are mountain bike optimized trail. And then we decommission 3 miles of existing social and fire roads that are negatively impacting that space. These are the types of activities that our constituents can plan to get involved in, things like dog walking, trail running, nature viewing, and mountain biking, which I'm a little biased towards. And then this is a bit of a teaser, but most importantly, this trail plan will create the new opportunities for recreative connectivity, connecting our community with what really makes Reading special, our abundance of natural beauty. This is a map from a project that we've been working on with our regional partners that you'll hear more about in the future. But all of these areas highlighted here are areas that we're conducting trail planning with multiple land managers. Our next steps are to continue to seek out funding for property acquisition for improved site access, seeking funding for the completion of the environmental studies, and then seek grant funding for implementation and construction.
Thank you. Any questions?
What was that, sorry?
When would this begin?
We would have to get funding for environmental review first. 2 years.
2 days.
Yeah,
I was like, two months. That's what I heard. I heard Mr. Minnie say he doesn't have enough on his plate. 2 months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sitting through all of that to share something super fun. We should have led the
We
meeting
made it
with
pretty
you.
fun for her, I think.
I enjoyed
Yes.
it.
Right?
Yeah, that was
Great job.
That was neat.
Oh, didn't you just go over this?
I see our weekly meetings are sinking in, Mr. Munns.
Yeah, and I've given him permission to be, I think my words were brief, very brief.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go fast, so stay with me.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so this pattern of cash that you see here is very typical. When I first started here, we would always go negative cash. This is probably the first time in about 4 or 5 years I've seen it go negative, but that does go to show the point that we talked about at the budget workshop, where we have just less reserves available to us. So therefore, there's less opportunity for council to make decisions with one-time reserves. As you can see there on the right, we had about 12% reserve at the end of June 2024. And we're projecting right now 7.2% reserve at the end of fiscal year 25. I will point out that we are highly scrutinizing our expenditure budgets. I think that's going to come to light here in a second. And therefore, I anticipate us actually beating that mark a little bit based on how we're currently trending. So 2 sets of graphs here. The two on the left, you always want the dark blue to be greater than the light blue. And the one on the right, you would prefer for the dark blue to be less than the light blue, because that means expenses are coming in under budget projections. So we're about 0.7 million over revenue projections and 8.4 million under expense projections. I attribute a lot of that to just more scrutinization of expenditures across the city. Well, across the general fund, sorry. So this is a graph that goes through all of the tax revenues. The lighter blue is through December, the darker blue is through January. I do this at the mid-year mainly to point out that property tax, and this is part of why that V pattern happens with cash. We received about $16 million of property tax in January. So we went from being under kind of the projection on property tax. I'm going to look into that this next budget cycle, because we shouldn't have that problem. And then instantly in January, we were over $500,000 over our projection. We still are continuing to lag behind in all of these other major revenues that are typically viewed as different types of indicators of economic activity in our area: sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and building related fees. I don't get too worried about revenue from other governments, Being under, as I always point out, that's just a timing mechanism. Historical tax revenues, as you can see, sales tax on a cash basis continues to drop year over year. The next slide, I actually did a 10-year look just to kind of give council that visualization and the citizens that visualization we've been talking about during the budget workshops. Property tax through December is not a significant revenue, as you can see there, but it jumps up instantly in January. Transient occupancy tax continues to be flat or declining. Cannabis tax continues to kind of waffle back and forth, but it's not a significant revenue of ours comparatively to sales tax, property tax, and transient occupancy tax. So this is a 10-year look at the tax revenues through the month of January. As you can see there, that line, that blue line at the top that represents sales tax, that light blue line, that's very indicative of what we've been talking about in our budget workshops. This kind of spike that we saw 2 or 3 years ago. Since then, it's dropped, and to be frank, we're not even close to back to those levels that we saw 2 or 3 years ago. And that's a lot of what is precipitating the budget issues that we continue to discuss with council at the budget workshops. Property tax area of good news as it continues to outperform our revenue projections. I wanted to point out too here that it's important to note that anything that's flat means it's really like way under our projection, which contributes more to the problem. So we talked about our revenue assumptions. We're going to use 2.5%. So next year, if I say, hey, we're at 1.5%, that means we are behind what we projected, and therefore that's to the bad in terms of our financial picture. These are expenditure budgets. This is all great. It means we're saving money relative to our budget. Some of it does have to do with one-time funding that will get spent eventually, but there's a lot of actual true savings in these numbers. Public Works, you might be going, why are they over budget? Well, as we were preparing the report, we figured out there were a couple ATs floating around that didn't make it through all the approvals. And so we're working on getting those approved, and they'll actually be under budget as well. So that's good news. So all of our major departments in the general fund are trending under expenditure projections, which is fantastic when you're trying to save money. Okay, now this is going to go really fast because I'm not reading all of these off. They were outlined in the staff report with a better degree of detail than I would ever be able to give you in a presentation. Streets, which is, I want to point out, it's part of the general fund, but it's funded by gas tax. It's not funded by general fund tax dollars. $126,000 for some traffic controller replacements. You have some wastewater and solid waste expenses for professional services and legal services and some different projects that they are working on delivering. You have a long list of electric budget requests, starting with cybersecurity. There's some additional fire mitigation costs in there, some additional meter installation and replacements that they're working on, and some meter shop equipment. $63,000 for PG&E pipeline fencing project, $300,000 for Walden Station updates, and $437,000. I do want to point out the bank service fees. The new system is great, but with that comes more people using their credit cards, and therefore more bank service fees are occurring out there. And so there's a request there for that. Airport budget requests. They did an appraisal of some airport property that needs to be funded. There's also these ARF vehicles are quite expensive, and they need some tires for $18,000, and then some replacement of access controls and security nodes. Some miscellaneous internal service fund requests. Most of this is around insurance premiums, which we all are feeling in our personal life, but we as a city continue to see these the actual insurance premiums come in much higher than we could have ever fathomed that they would come in. I mean, we're seeing increases of 20, 30, 40% at times. And so that's what we're seeing here as we're requesting cleaning up those items. With that, the recommendation is to accept the mid-cycle budget report and approve the 70th budget resolution. I am available for any questions. If you have any questions about any of the detailed requests on the mid-year, myself, Barry, or any of the directors could probably answer them very quickly.
If no one has any questions, I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution approving and adopting the 70th amendment of the city budget resolution.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Was I quick enough?
No. Good job. All right. Ms. Carey.
I'll try to be quicker than Greg.
Amen.
All right. So in December of 2024, the council adopted a resolution confirming an agreement between the city and unrepresented employees and elected officials for additional cost sharing of the employer contribution to CalPERS. Specifically, we agreed that classic, unrepresented, non-safety employees and elected officials would pay an additional 0.876% of the employer share for a total employee contribution of 10.1%. Classic unrepresented safety employees in Tier 1 agreed to pay an additional 1.73% of the employer share for a total employee contribution of 19.23%. And classic unrepresented safety employees in Tier 2 agreed to pay an additional 1.62% of the employer share for a total employee contribution of 19.12%. These changes would ensure that the employees are splitting retirement costs with the city 50-50. CalPERS has required very specific steps to be followed in order to amend the contract to allow for employees to share in the employer's portion of retirement costs. Tonight is the final step of the process, so I'm excited about that. On February 18th, the council introduced an uncodified ordinance and adopted resolution 2025-012, providing notice of intent to amend our contract with CalPERS. Immediately following the adoption of the resolution of intention, personnel conducted a secret ballot election as required by CalPERS, which did receive the votes needed to move forward with the contract amendment. Staff is now seeking final adoption of the uncodified ordinance, which would be effective in 30 days, so April 17th, 2025, with the effective date of the contract amendment aligning with the beginning of the following pay period, or April 27th. Are there any questions?
No, but I'll make a motion to authorize and approve the following items 1 through 4.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh,
Mayor, we do need to have a reading
yes,
of the
please.
ordinance.
Yes, please.
So this would be the second reading to comply with the requirements.
Yep.
An uncodified ordinance of the City Council of the City of Reading, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council of the City of Reading and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System. The City Council of the City of Reading does ordain as follows. Section 1, that amendment to the contract between the City Council of the City of Reading and the Board of Administration, California Public Employees Retirement System is hereby authorized. A copy of said amendment on file in the city's clerk's office, and by such reference is made a part hereto of this herein set out in full, and by such reference made a part hereof as though herein set out in full. Section 2, the mayor of the city council is hereby authorized, empowered, and directed to execute said amendment for and on behalf of said agency. Section 3, this ordinance shall take effect 30 days after the date of its adoption and prior to the expiration of 15 days from the passage thereof shall be published at least once in the Reading Record Searchlight, a newspaper of general circulation, published and circulated in the city of Reading, and thenceforth and thereafter the same shall be in full force and effect. And then I hereby certify that this ordinance is introduced and read at a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Reading on the 18th day of February, 2025, and was read and adopted at a regular meeting of the City Council on the 18th day of March, 2025.
Outstanding, thank you. All right, shall we move on? Okay. Council travel reports. Any such things? I don't think so. All right, number 12, suggestions from council members related to potential topics for future council meetings. Of course.
Limit the next meetings to 2 hours.
Great. I second.
That's a good one.
Anybody else?
I've got a couple.
Yeah, I'd like to bring that one back.
I have a couple.
Please.
Okay. I do not want to lose
our 3 cops. So I want to know if you guys are willing to bring back the cannabis cultivation tax for discussion with more information about what Shasta Lake charges, if they even have room to grow, if we're worried about competition to other areas. There are, I think, 7 individual cultivation licenses and then 3 micro businesses, so 10 altogether. I want to see if we can make up the difference and not lose our cops.
If we lose and we bring back, then we lose 10 employees, is that what it was?
No, I'm saying if you increase the cultivation tax, then you don't lose them at all. You don't lose anybody.
Yeah,
If we go to what they had suggested at $10,
yeah, okay, I got you.
we also have several people that have contacted that are interested if people want to leave in those cultivation licenses. So, do you want to bring that back?
No. I think we argued it and went over it. I mean, as you know, and as Barry knows, I wanted higher, but,
Well, we can change that.
well,
Can I ask city manager a question? Are we really losing the police? Because my understanding is we are going to stay at 114, right? With the grant.
114 is the amount of sworn officers we will have July 1st.
So we are not really, right now we have how many?
Well, we had 122 going into this budget,
No.
so we would have 114.
Right, well, they were budgeted, but how many was actually the number?
Well, so we have been holding positions vacant, so there is no layoffs. These are just
Right.
positions that would be eliminated. Those are vacant positions.
Right, but right now we have how many on staff?
122.
Probably 110 or something, because we have
111.
Yeah.
So 120 plus were budgeted. Right now we have 111 and will be 114 July 1st. I just wanted to.
What we
Mayor,
approved-
No, I just wanted to understand for sure. So right now, as we speak, we have 111 and we'll be going to 114 in July.
Yeah, well, or as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you.
So what are we losing? We're losing resource officers, or we're losing park rangers, or downtown?
Mostly specialty assignments, yes.
What are those?
CERT, park rangers.
So we're going to lose CERT, we're going to lose park rangers, and our downtown team, or,
Not right now, but,
so park rangers and CERT officers.
so we're a little getting, just Brown Act wise, so the question on the table is whether or not the council wants to bring back a discussion on cannabis taxes to revisit that.
For cultivation only.
For cultivation only.
They went up $2.
So it's no,
no.
no.
Okay,
I have a yes and 2 no's. No, okay.
I think we should.
We should bring that back later, not right now.
Next.
So, not right now, so that's enough.
in May, we decided it in June, well, I voted against it, but we decided in June, we had $800,000 in ARPA money that was supposed to go towards police officers, and the last council decided to reallocate that money, which was $418,000 for Police Beat 8, and instead to pay for a scoreboard for Tiger Field, for sidewalk repairs, and for Office 360, I believe. Has that been allocated? And if it hasn't, can we bring that back and put it back towards our cops?
It's been allocated.
Has it been spent?
The contract has been signed
For which part?
with the scoreboard, and the others I believe been spent. Or at least obligated, because we had to obligate it by contract by December.
Basically, we can't change that. We had to obligate it by December, and ARPA money is basically locked up, and we have to spend it by December
The sidewalk-
26th.
The sidewalk project was let.
Yep,
It's under
everything's
construction.
out and unencumbered, so we're good to go by ARPA standards.
Oh my God. Okay, so my third request, can we prioritize that we get the money electronically from Airbnbs or VRBOs, as what Joshua Johnson had suggested to us at the last one, and prioritize that over tree ordinance stuff? So that we can actually get that, if we have some revenue to collect, we can collect that out of Airbnb.
I support that.
You cannot make that decision tonight.
Yeah.
I could bring
To
it
bring that
back,
back?
and/or you could just bring back the tree ordinance generally. to discuss, whether you want to continue. The city attorney needs to bring back something relative to that because of fee structure anyway. And so that would be an appropriate time to make that determination.
Well, you said last time if we want to prioritize the Airbnbs, we have to knock something else down. So that's why I'm suggesting we knock down. You said to bring it back at item 12.
Yeah, and so, but what I'm suggesting is that if you can't make that final decision tonight because it's not properly agendized. We'd have to bring something back, and I'm suggesting that the city attorney is going to bring back a fee element to see if you want to move forward, and that could be part of that.
I think, are you just saying you just want to prioritize staff time?
on
to-
Airbnbs,
On
on finding
Airbnbs
out, yeah.
prior to other things?
Yeah, we asked you that last time, and you said make it an
Right,
item 12
but
and
that's-
ask for a priority.
Actually, you said you wanted to not work on the tree ordinance. You want to make specific. If you're just saying, hey, work on the Airbnb, that's just consensus, we move forward.
So- You're just
Once we
saying
start
make the
saying
Airbnb
stuff
a
about the tree
priority.
ordinance that we already have direction, it
we
just
talked-
becomes more.
So we had talked about, so let me just clarify. So we had talked about that, and you said, we have too many other things going on unless you want to prioritize it over something. And so you said you can bring that up on an item 12. So I was just taking your direction. I would like you to prioritize, if the council is amenable to that, Airbnb electrifying, getting the electronic
Yeah.
remittal, whatever.
understand.
And
They're
if you need to
different departments.
prioritize it over something else.
I understand. They're different departments. I understand. We'll get it done.
Yes. Yeah, we would like to see that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One's development services, one's city manager and finance. So they're just different departments.
29 days.
Oh, that's not development services that does that?
I mean,
They'll be involved, but no, they're not doing that work right now.
Any more?
Mostly finance contract.
Does it go to that, where does that go? General fund, or does that go to development
They'll go
services?
to general fund.
Oh, it does. Okay. That one? I'm one for three?
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
we
I'll
like
take
to,
it.
we like to see
I'll
that.
take it. I'll take it.
We're adjourned.